Hello everyone, I am Duyazan Abdo. In this course, which is Android e-commerce app using Kotlin PHP and PayPal API, I am going to teach you a lot of skills, lot of practical skills from scratch, from how can you create a variable using Kotlin till how can you implement the PayPal SDK into your app so you can make an e-commerce application using Kotlin, PHP, and PayPal API. So let's start what we are going to get in this course. The main objective of this course, as you see on the screen, number one, how can you get an idea of Kotlin programming language from scratch? If you don't have any idea about Kotlin, don't worry. I'm going to learn you Kotlin from scratch. From how can you create a variable using Kotlin? How can you write a simple application using Kotlin, how the Kotlin syntax look like. Then, what is the object-oriented concepts and how can you implement it using the Kotlin programming language? Then, also, you will learn how can you create a web services using PHP, and this web service will be connected to MySQL database, so you can insert, update, delete, and retrieve JSON object, JSON array from this database. Next, you are going to learn about how can you create an Android application using Kotlin. Then you are going to learn about how can you use Volley, Picasso libraries so you can get data from the server into your Android app. Also, you can download some photos from the server and show it in your app. The last thing will be how can you implement the PayPal SDK in your app. And to make this learning process more funny, I'm going to put all those items inside one project which are in e-commerce application. So this course consists of 5 parts. The first one is Kotlin basics, if, loop, arrays, object-oriented programming. The second part will be how to create a web service using PHP and connect them with MySQL. The third part will be how can you implement the Kotlin language in the Android, and the fourth part will be how can you create a complete application, a complete e-commerce application from your login activity to PayPal activity. From A to Z, you are going to create this application. So what you are going to need in this course, what are the required software? The first thing, you should install the JDK, the Java Development Kit. Next, you should install the NetBeans so you can create a PHP file, or you can use Notepad++, Zen Studio, up to you. The third thing, WAMP server or XAMPP server so we can upload our PHP file inside those web server. And the last thing is the Android Studio 3. All those softwares are free software, so you don't need to pay anything for those software. And if you don't have any programming language skills, don't worry. You can go to our channel, which is Aden IT Tube on the YouTube. You will get a basics programming for using C++, OOP, C# basics, Java, JavaScript, and so on. I hope to enjoy this course. Let's start. Hello, everyone. In the first videos of this course, we are going to talk about how can we use the basic syntax of Kotlin, like how can we create a variable, conditions, loops, arrays, and object-oriented concepts, object classes, and so on. For the purpose of those example, we are going to download this application, which is free software or free IDE. It is IntelliJ IDEA from JetBrains. So let's go for this link. You have two editions. This is the free one and this the paid one. So you can download this one, which is the community edition. Okay. After you download this software and install it on your PC, okay, you will show screen like this. It will be installed here, for example, on your desktop. So when you run it, it will give you screen like this. So how can we create a new project using IntelliJ IDEA? It is very simple. Just create new project. Then from the left screen, select Kotlin, and from the right screen, select Kotlin JVM, then click Next. Let's suppose we are going to call it, for example, my EX, stand for my example, then click on Finish. Okay. Now, after you creating this project, you can go here, right click on the SRC, and select New Kotlin file. Let's call it, for example, EX1 or example1, and click on OK. So in this case, it will create very simple file with the extension .kt, which is stand for Kotlin. Okay. Then any example you have written here, you will run it by run click and using the run file menu. Okay. But this run will be shown after you write your code with the main function. Okay. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we create a variable and constant using the Kotlin programming language. Kotlin, as the other programming language, should contain a main function. So let's start with create the main function. Just use the keyword fun, main, instead of void main in some programming language like C++ and Java. Then also, like Java, we should pass a parameter of args array with the data type string. So this is the main function or the entry point of any example in Kotlin. Now, how can we create a variable using Kotlin? Just write something like var x, then colon, and the data type of this variable. Then you can assign initial value, for example, 10. So in this case, you have created a variable called x with data type integer, and the initial value is 10. Just like this. So the var keyword is used to create a variable. Another way, var y string equal, for example, welcome. Yeah, in this case, you have created another variable called y with the data type string, and this variable store the word welcome. So how can we print x and y? Just very simple. Use the function println to print the result. Another way, println y for the next variable. So how can we try this example? Just right click anywhere here and select run. So when you select run, you will see the result here on the screen. Yeah, as you see here, 10 and welcome. Now, what's the main difference about var, this keyword var, and using something like val? The var is used to create a variable, while the val is used to create a constant. So the constant is a variable which you cannot reassign the value again, or you cannot change the value of it. For example, let's suppose variable z integer equal 20. So the z is constant. So let's change the value of z equal 25. As you see here, it gives you error. If you point to this variable, he will call you val cannot be reassigned, which means you cannot change the value of the constant. So in this video, we have talked about how can we create a variable, a constant, and bring them on the screen. See you next video. Hello everybody. In this video, we are going to talk about the null safety operator. Let's start with this example. Let's suppose we have started with the main function, as we have talked in the previous video. This function is the entry point of the application, so you cannot start the application without the function main. Now, I have created a variable called x. Okay, this variable of data type, let's suppose integer. Okay, and I need to assign null as default value for this variable. Look here, it gives you error. What the error? It say null cannot be value of not null type integer. That means the variable by default is not accepted null in Kotlin. How can you make this variable accept null value? To make null value accepted for this variable, you should use the null safety operator, which is the question mark. This question mark means this variable accepts null. So you can make it empty or with null value. Okay? And if you remove this null safety operator, it will give you error because the variable by default in Kotlin not accept null. Okay? So this is the first thing. The second thing, let's suppose we need the user to enter number. For example, I have added some message like println enter number. Now the user should enter number. What's the function used for user data entry? There is a function called read line. This function is used to allow the user to enter value. Now, if you write something like read line, it will give you error because this function returns string by default. So you should convert it to integer because the variable is integer. This function can accept something like hello, Ahmed, welcome, but not numbers. So to convert it to integer, I will write something like dot to end. Now it will give you error. Why? Again, let's suppose that the user not enter any value and press enter. So it will store null inside X. So how can we allow null? As we have talked, you should add question mark here, and also you should add another question mark here, which means allow null. Let's suppose that we don't need null. In this case, you should use not null operator. So the question mark means allow null. But this exclamation mark means not null, which means required value. You should enter value inside this variable. Okay, let's repeat this process again for another variable. For example, y. So now we have two variables. The application will start with question like enter number. The user will enter any number. This number will be converted to integer and will be stored in X. Again, another message with enter number. The user will enter any value and this value will be stored inside Y. Now, how can we print the result? As the previous video, just use the println function, println X plus Y. Let's try this example. Right click, run. It will start with building this app. Now it starts with question for the user, enter number 10. For example, enter another number 25, one for X and another one for Y. Enter, yeah, it will give you the result, which is 35. So in this video, we have talked about the null operator, which is the question mark, the required operator, which is the exclamation mark, okay, and how can we receive a value from the user. See you the next. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about conditions. How can we use if, else, and also how can we use the when keyword. So let's start with the main function. As the previous video, you should start with the main function with parameters as string array. Okay. Now, how can you use if in Kotlin? There is no difference between using if in Kotlin or C++ in Java. Okay, so to create example with if, let's start with a message for the user, println, enter, for example, marks. Then we are going to create a variable called marks with that type integer, and we are going to receive this value from the user as we make in the previous video. Because this variable is not allowed null, so we can use the not null operator. Now, the application will start with asking the user to create a variable called marks, okay? So then the user will enter any value. This value will be stored in the marks variable. So if marks greater than or equal to 50, println, for example, pass. Otherwise, else, println, for example, fail. So in this simple example, the application starts with asking the user to enter mark. The user will enter any marks here. This mark will be converted to integer and will be stored in the variable marks. Then the condition will start to ask if the mark is greater than or equal to 50, it will print pass. Otherwise, it will print fail. Let's try this simple example. Right click and run. Now enter marks. Let's suppose 80. Yes, it will print pass. So this is how can we use the if using Kotlin. Now, in some other programming language, like for example Java, C Sharp, and C++, if you have multiple if, instead of rewriting the if condition more than one time, you can use the switch command. In Kotlin, there is no switch command. Instead of using the switch, you can use keyword called when. So when is replaced for the keyword switch in Java and C++ and C Sharp. So how can we use the keyword when? Okay, let's try this example for enter number. So the number will be stored in a variable called x. Now, when x, this means try to check the value of x. One, refer to, for example, println a. This means if x equal 1, the result will be println a. Another one, 2, for example, println b. The same meaning. If x equal 2, the result will be b. And what about this? 3 to 5, println c. But I forget the keyword in. Yeah. This means if the variable of x between 3 and 5, that means if the user enter 3, 4, or 5, the result will be C. So what about if the user not enter 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5? For example, the user enters something like 7, okay? So we have something called else println D, which means if the value is not 1 or 2 or between 3 and 5, the result will be D, something like default in switch. So let's try this one. Right click and run. Enter a number. So what about 1? Yes, that's A. Again, what about 4? It is C. So the last one, what about using something like 8? It will print D. So in this video, we have talked about how can we use the if statement and the when statement using the Kotlin programming language. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about loops. How can we use for and while keywords using Kotlin? So again, we'll start as usual with the main function. So here it is, the main function. Now, to use while in Kotlin, it is similar, very similar like Java and other programming language. So we'll start with creating a variable, for example, called x with that type integer and default value 0, for example, or let's change the default value to 1. Now, we can use the keyword while x less than or equal to 5, then println x and x plus plus. This means create a variable called x, then the loop will continue till the x equal 5. Last thing, print the value of x and increment the value of this variable. So let's try. Yes, as you see here, it will print from 1 till 5. So what about using for in Kotlin? About for is something different from Java and the other programming language. So let's suppose that we are going to print from 1 to 10 using the keyword var. So you will write for x in and using the range 1 dot dot or double dot 10, which means the loop will start from 1 till 10. So if we write something like println x, the result will be from 1 to 10. What about if we need to print from 10 to 1 in the diverse way? So for y in 1 till, or sorry, from 10 down to 1, which means the loop will start from 10 and will be decreased till 1. So println y. Let's try this example. Run. Yes, it starts from 1 till 10. These are the values of x. Then from 10 till 1, and those the values of y. The last thing, what about if we need to print increment by 2? For example, 1, 3, 5, 7, and so on. Let's try this example for z in 1 to 10, which means the loop will start from 1 to 10. And we say something like step 2. Step 2 means the variable will start from 1, but the increment will be by 2, which means 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Let's try. Yes, let's see the last 5 values, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. So in this video, we have talked about how can we use while and for using the Kotlin programming language. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about arrays. And we are going to talk about 3 types of arrays which created by using the keyword array of and array list, and also using the hash map arrays. So let's start. And of course, as usual, we are going to start with the main function with parameter string as or arrays as string. Okay, now to create a static array or array with fixed values, you can use the keyword array of. For example, sometimes the array will be consist of values which are static or fixed, like the blood group, male or female, some sections of your college. So let's start with var, for example, blood group equal array of now A, B, O, and of course AB. So this means create a variable called blood group, but this variable assigned to the keyword array of. This means the blood group will be converted to an array. This array consists of 4 parts, which are A, B, O, and AB. Look at this. I am not writing the keyword elements. The element will be consist by default, okay, or will be created by default. So how can we print the result of this array? For X, for example, in blood group. This means let's create a loop which starts from the first value of the array, which is blood group, to the last value of this array. So if we write something like println x, this means the x will start from A, then P, then O, and lastly with AB. Let's try this one. As you see here, the result will be A, B, O, and AB. Of course, if you need specific values, you can use the index like the other programming language. For example, X, then 1, for example. Not X, sorry. It is plat group. Plat group 1 means the second value in the array, which is B. So, if we run this example, yeah, as you see, the last value is B. Okay, so this how can we create a static array or fixed array. Now, what about using dynamic array, which the user can add any value or remove any value at runtime? So in this case, you should use the keyword array list. So in this example, I have created a variable called books and assigned this variable to the keyword array list with data type string and using the brackets at the end. So this is the way to create array list. Okay, var books equal array list, then define the data type of this array list, then using the bracket at the end. How can we add any values? For example, books dot add, for example, Kotlin in action. Okay, um, books dot add, for example, Kotlin with Android, anything. Okay, so again, how can we print the values of this array? Similar like that fixed array. For y in books println y. Let's try this one. Right click, run. Yeah, as you see here, Kotlin in action and Kotlin with Android. The last type of array, which is the hash map. The hash map is an array consists of two values, which is key and value, two parts. For example, I need to create an array to store the student name with the mark or the employee name with the salary. For example, var emp equal hash map, and the data type is string and integer. I'm going to store string, which is the name of the employee, and integer, which is the salary of this employee. So how can we add a value to this array? Just write something like emp.put. What's the key? The key is the employee name, for example, Ali. What about the salary? The salary, for example, matter 5,000. Okay. Again, another one is, for example, Ahmed with 3,000. How can we print the result of this array? This array has two parts, which is key and value. So to print the key for Z, for example, in emp.keys. This means I need to print only the keys. So println Z. So it will print Ali and Ahmed. Let's try. Yeah, as you see here, at the last of the result will be Ahmed and Ali. What about the salary? Same thing. Println the name of the array, then between the bracket use the key, which means emb Ali. emb Ali means 5,000. Then emb Ahmed, which means 3,000, which means the value of Ali and the value of Ahmed. Let's try this again. Yeah, as you see here, Ahmed with 3,000, Ali with 5,000. So in this video, we have talked about how can we create arrays using the keyword array of, how can we create an array list, and of course, how can we create a hash map. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about how can we create class and object using the Kotlin programming language. So at first, how can we create class using Kotlin? It is very simple. Just use the keyword class, then the name of the class. Something like Java and C Sharp. So class and the name of the class, and between the curly bracket you should use or you should create the attributes and method. Let's suppose that we need to create two attributes for this class, something like var name as string with default value empty string, and var, okay, var marks with data type integer with default value 0. Then how can we use a function? To create a function, just use the keyword fun, then the name of the function, something like show, for example. Let's suppose this function will be used to print the result of the name and the mark. So println name, then println marks. So this symbol class is called student with two attributes, which are name and mark. Name is string and marks as integer, and also with just one function which called show, and the output of this function is name and marks. How now can we create an object from the student class? Let's start with the main function. As you see here, the main function is outside the class. So args array and string. Now, to create an object from the class student, just use the keyword var s equal the name of the class, which is student. So var, the name of the object, equal the name of the class and the bracket. No need here to use keyword like new, as we can use it in C# or Java. Just assign the class name with the bracket to the object name. So let's assign some values to name, for example, Yazan, and s.marks, for example, 90. Now s.show. So in this case, what happened here? We have created an object from the class student, assigned two values, which is name and marks. Then we call the function show. Let's try this example. Yes, as you see here, we have got Yazan and 90, which are the output of the function show. So in this video, we have talked about how can we create a class with some attributes and function, then how can we initiate object from this class, and how we get the result out on the screen. See you in the next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the constructor. So what is constructor? The constructor is a function to give some default value or initial value for your object. For example, let's suppose that we have a class called employee, and each employee has two attributes, which are, name as string, and also blood group, let's name it PG, stand for blood group, as string. The S should be capital, yes. Now, this class has two attributes, which are name as string and also BG, which are the blood group, also as string. So how can we create a constructor? Just use the keyword constructor. So this function is used to give some initial value for your object. Let's suppose that we have write something like BG equal O. That means if you create any object from the employee class and you don't give any blood group for this employee, by default, the employee will get the blood group as O. For example, function main here, and give it parameter, okay, args a string. Now, let's create an object from the class employee. Var emp equal employee. Then emp dot name equal, our example, okay, Mariam. So I have created an object with the name Mariam. I don't give any value for the BG or the blood group. Let's try to println emp.name. emp.name will result to Mariam. What about println emb.bg? In this case, it will print O, but I don't give any value for the blood group because you have used the constructor. So if you don't give any value for the blood group, it will take it by default. So let's try to run this example. Yes, as you see here, the name of the employee Mariam and the blood group is O. So in this video we have talked about how can we create a constructor and how can we use it using the Kotlin programming language. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about overloading. The main concept of overloading is to use multiple functions with the same name but with different parameter. Let's suppose that we have two functions and this two function is called sum. For example, this is the first one and here also another function called sum. But the first one has two parameter x and y and all this as an integer, and the third one has three parameter which is x, y and z. So this is called overloading. Two functions with the same name, sum, but with different parameter. Here we have two parameter while the second one has three parameter. But sometimes the different with the data type also. Something like x string, y as string. In this case, if we compare the first one with the third one, both of them called sum, both of them has two parameters, but the main difference with the data type of the parameters. The first one as an integer while the second one as string. So let's try an example of how can we use overloading in Kotlin. Let's suppose that we have a class called ABC with a function sum, and this function sum has two parameter, x as an integer and y as an integer, okay? And the first one, println x plus y, while the second one, also called sum, but with three parameter, x as an integer, y as an integer, and also z as an integer. And the result will be the total of those three variables, x, y, and z. Now, if we use the main function and we try to create an object in the main function, something like var a equal abc. Now a dot sum. When you try to select sum, you have two choices: sum with two parameters and another one with three parameters. So in the first parameters 2 5, in this case because you have put only two variables, it will call the first one, which is the first function sum. But what about to use the second one, 5, for example, 4 and 3? In this case, it will call the second one, which is the function sum with three parameters. In this case, if we try to run this example, I will get 7 and 12. Let's see this example. Run. As you see here, we have got 7 and 12. 7 is the output of the first function and 12 the output of the second function. Okay, so in this video we have talked about the concept of overloading and how can we implement this concept using the Kotlin programming language. See you the next. Hi everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the concept of inheritance. The main idea of inheritance is how can we reuse the code from superclass to the subclass or from the parent class to the child class. So let's start with this example. We have created a class, for example, called ABC. This class has one function which called show, and this function print out the following message, hello, for example, from parent. Okay, so I have created a class called ABC. Inside this class, I have declared a function called show, which result the output of hello from parent. Now I have created another class called XYZ. How can XYZ extends or inherit from ABC? The colon or the inheritance operator in Kotlin is used instead of the keyword extends in Java. It is something like C#. So this means class XYZ inherit from ABC. So if the class XYZ inherit from ABC, this means it can use the function show which is inside the class ABC. But the first thing, in the parent class, you should declare the parameter of the constructor. Now it gives you error. If you see the error, it talks this type is final, so it cannot be inherited from. What's the meaning of this message? In Kotlin, all the classes are final by default, which means you cannot inherit from any class. So to inherit from the class ABC, you should add the keyword open. Open means this class is inheritable, or we can inherit from this class. Now, let's suppose we have created a function inside the class XYZ, which called, for example, display, and this function print something like hello from child. Now, I have created two classes. Let's go to the main function with args array as string. So now, if you create an object from the XYZ class, you will use the display function, which is included in the XYZ, and also the show function, which is included in the ABC. How can XYZ use the function show? Because it inherits from the ABC class. Let's try to create an object from XYZ, var x equal XYZ. Now, x dot show, so it will print hello from parent, and x dot display, which will be the result of hello from child. Let's try this example. Yes, as you see here, hello from parent and hello from child. So in this video, we have talked about the inheritance and how can we implement it using the Kotlin programming language. See you next. Hi everyone, in this video we are going to talk about overriding. The main concept of overriding is that we have two functions with the same name and the same parameter, but one in the superclass or the parent class, while the other one in the second class or the child class. Look at that. You cannot use overriding without inheritance, because the overriding is how can the function which is in the subclass override the functionality of the function in the superclass. For example, let's suppose that we have a class called A. This class A has a function called show. This function print the keyword A. Now we have another function which called B. This B extends from A. Why it give error? As we have talked in the previous video, you should use the keyword open to allow inheritance. Now, I have declared another function in the subclass with the same name, show, but this function println B. This is called overriding. So what is overriding? Two functions with the same name, but one in the superclass or the parent class, while the other in the child class or the subclass. Now, why it give error? Because all the function in Kotlin cannot be overridden because they are final by default, the same as classes. So you should use the keyword open here, and you should use the keyword override in the subclass. So to implement the overriding concept in Kotlin, use the open in the parent class and use the override keyword in the subclass. Now, if we go to the main function with default array, and I've tried to create two objects, one called A from the class A and a.show, while another one b small from the class b capital, and also we try to call the b.show. So I have created two objects, one from the a class and another one from the second class. Let's try this example. Yes, as you see here, a from a.show and b from b.show. So in this video, we have talked about how can we implement the concept of overriding using the Kotlin programming language. See you then. Hi everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the companion object or the static. In some programming language like Java, there is a keyword called static, and this keyword is used to create a static variable. The static variable has single value for all the objects of the class. How can we implement this concept in Kotlin? There is no static keyword in Kotlin. Instead of that, you can use keyword called companion object. You can use the keyword companion object. For example, we have class called ABC. This class has a variable called x, and this variable has a default value 0. Then I've used the keyword companion object with curly brackets, and I've defined another variable y, and also it was an integer with default value 0. What's the difference between these two variables? The variable x is a dynamic variable. That means each object has his copy of the value of the variable x. But the variable y is companion object or static. That means all the objects will get the same value from the variable y. Let's try this one with the main function. Now, the array, of course, is string. Now, I've created an object from the class ABC. Okay, a.x++, and then println a.x. So the value of the variable x will be 1. What about if I created another variable or another object from the same class, and I assign also b.x++, then println b.x. Let's try this example. As you see here, I got 1 and 1. Why? Because the default value of the variable x is 0. And the object A got plus plus, and also the object B got plus plus. But because the variable x is a dynamic variable, each object has his own x. That means the value of the variable x will be 1 for A, and the value of the variable x for the object B also will be 1. What about if I need to use the companion object or the static variable y? I don't need to create an object, just directly abc.y++ abc.y++. So if I print something like abc.y, let's run this example, I will get 2 on the main screen. Yeah, as you see here, okay? So in this video, I have talked about how can we create static variable or companion object variable using the Kotlin programming language. See you the next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about what is a web API. At first, what is web API? A web API is an API over the web which can be accessed using the HTTP protocol. So any function that you can call using the HTTP protocol remotely, it is called a web API. This web API can be written using PHP, ASP, JSP, or any server-side programming language. Look at this graph. What's the purpose of the web API? Let's suppose that we have an Android app and we need this Android app to connect to a database on the server or remote database. The Android app cannot access this database directly. In this case, we should use the web API to be an intermediate level or middle layer between your Android app and the database. So in this case, the Android app will connect to the PHP file here or the web API, and this PHP file will connect to the database, then will retrieve the data to the PHP file, and again the PHP file will return the data to your Android app. So the web API is a very important intermediate between your apps and the remote database or the database server. Then, when you get the data from the database, the data will not be in a textual format or a normal format, but there's a special format that can the Android app read. This format is called JSON. So a JSON or JavaScript object notation is a lightweight data interchange format. The JSON can be divided into JSON object and JSON array. The JSON object is used to retrieve a data about one element, for example, data about one employee, one book, one student, while JSON array is data about a set of elements, for example, set of employees, set of books, and so on. This is the format of JSON object. As you see here, the JSON object is start with curly bracket open and the the close bracket also used for ending this JSON object. Inside this JSON object, there is 2 attributes, which is name and age. The value of the name is Ali, while the value of the age is 30. So this is called a JSON object. You can imagine that the name as a column in a table and Ali as data inside this table. But in JSON array, the JSON array is consist of set of JSON objects. Like this example, we have 2 employees, for example. The first one, name Ali and age 30, then comma, and another employee with name Omar and age 27. So this is called a JSON array. So in this video, we have talked about what is web API, what is JSON, what is JSON object, and what is JSON array. Next videos, we are going to see how can we implement all those concepts using PHP and Android. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we create database and tables using the MySQL. The first thing is to run the WAMP server. Just double click and select yes. Also, you can use XAMPP server as we have talked previously. As you see here, you will see the icon of the WAMP server. That means the web server is running correctly. Now, let's run the browser. Right, local host. Just local host. Local host is the local web server. Then select PHP my admin. Okay, he will ask you about username and password. By default, the username is root and the password is empty. This is the default for the MySQL. Click Go. Now, how can we create a database using the MySQL? Click on Databases. Let's suppose that the database name is Company. So I will write Company, then click on Create. But before click Create, if your database will contain some languages like Arabic language, for example, you should change the collation to this type, UTF-8 General CI. This is the encoding supported for the Arabic language and other languages. Okay, here I don't care, I will click Create. Okay, as you see here, there is a database called Company. So how can we create tables inside this database? Okay, click on the database. Now here, what's the table name at first? Let's suppose that the table name is EMP, stand for employee, and this table has 3 columns. Okay, go. Now, what's the column's name and what are the data type of those columns? Let's suppose the first column ID, the second column name, and the third column is salary. And I need the ID to be integer, the name to be varchar, which means string, and the salary, okay, no problem, salary, I will put it as integer. For the varchar, you should also enter how many characters for name. For example, let's suppose 30. That means the length or the maximum number of characters allowed for the employee name will be 30 characters. Now, click on Save. Yes, as you see here, you will get now EMP table inside the company database. How can we enter some data inside this table? Just click on the EMP, then click here on Insert. Now, for example, 1001, the employee name, for example, is Hussein. The salary of this employee, for example, let's suppose 3000, and go. If you need another one, the same thing. Insert 1002, Omar, let's suppose that 2500, and go. Now, if we click on EMP, yes, as you see here, you will get 2 employees with ID, name, and salary. So in this video, we have seen how can we create database and tables and how enter some data to this table using the MySQL. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous video, we have created a database called company with table called employee. This table has 3 columns which are ID, name, and salary. Now we are going to talk about how can we create a PHP file to insert data inside this table. So I'm going to use the NetBeans. You can use any application, but I'm going to use the NetBeans. So it takes some time for the first time. Now, to create a new project using the NetBeans, just go to the File menu, select New Project. Here, I'm going to select PHP, and from the right side, I'm going to select PHP application. Then, next. What's the application name? For example, company web. But where should you put this folder? This folder should put inside the C, WAMP64, and www. This folder will be created by default when you install the WAMP server. So I'm going to select this folder, C164 www, and after that I will add copy paste the website name. Then click finish. Okay, now after I've created my website, if I go here, I will see something called company web. I have something called company web. Right inside company web, there is a folder called source file. Right click on this folder, select new PHP file. And for example, I will call this file add underscore emp, add employee, then finish. Yes. Now let's start. What are the PHP code used to insert data to the table? In PHP, there is 4 steps to insert data using PHP language to my SQL database. Okay? Remember that the database name is called company and the table name is called EMP, and this table has 3 columns which are ID, name, and salaries. The first step is called connection. How can you connect to your database? So just define variable using PHP con equal new MySQLi, then you should pass 4 parameters. The first one is the server name. My server is localhost because I'm going to work on this server locally. Then the username is root. Remember in the previous video, when I tried to connect to MySQL, it asked about username and password. The username or the default username for MySQL is root. What about the password? It is by default empty string. And the database name is company. So this is the first step. Okay, this is the first step to connect to MySQL database using the PHP. Look here, each variable in PHP start with the $sign. The second step, statement con prepare. This sentence is used to write the SQL statement like insert, update, delete, or select. If you don't have any idea about SQL statement, you can return to my channel on the YouTube, which is Adam IT Tube. Okay, in this channel, I have list of videos about how can we use SQL statement like select, insert, update, and delete. Anyway, in this example, I'm going to insert data inside my table. So I will write insert into EMP. Insert into EMP. EMP is the table name. So what are the values? Values 1, 2, 3. 3 question mark, which means I have 3 columns and I want to add 3 values to those 3 columns. So these 3 columns or 3 question mark define the ID, name, and mark. The third step, statement variable st using the bind param function. In the bind param function, you have 2 main roles. The first one, what are the data type of the columns? So I'm going to write ISI, which means integer for ID, string for name, and also integer for salary because I have 3 columns, integer, string, and integer. This is the first thing. The second thing, how can the user insert data inside those variables? I'm going to use get ID, then get, for example, name, then get salary. This means the user will enter 3 values which are ID, name, and salary using the URL of this page. I will see you. How can we implement this example? The last thing is statement execute, which means execute all these steps. So these 4 lines, which are here from connection to execute, are used to write data inside the table. It is the same code if it is insert, update, or delete. Okay, so the first line is for connection to database, which consists of 4 parameters: the server, which is localhost, username root, password empty string, and the database name, which is company. The second step is the skill statement, which is insert in this example. The third step is the parameter, which is definition for the question mark. Here I have 3 question mark, which is ISI, integer, string, and integer, and here the name of those variables, ID, name, and salary. And the last step is the execute. How can we try this example? Right click and select run file. Okay, but let me change the browser to Chrome, for example. Yes, here Google Chrome. Right click, run file. You should pass 3 values. How can we pass those 3 values? Question mark ID equal 1003 and name equal Ahmad and salary equal 1500. Let's press enter. Okay, if we go to the table, EMP, yes, as you see here, 1003, Ahmad 1500. So in this video, we have seen how can we create PHP file to insert data inside the table. The steps are similar if it is update or delete. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you how can you create a PHP file which accept the ID of employee from the user and return the information of the employee as JSON object. If you remember, I've created an employee table which consists of ID, name, salary. My example is how to accept the ID from the user using the URL and then return ID, name, and salary as an JSON object. So let's start this example. I'm going to add another file for my company web. So right click on the source file, new PHP file, and I would call it JSON, for example, underscore object, and then click finish. So the 4 steps for the write, as you remember in the previous video, is same as read. Okay, so I'm going to start with connection to my database using MySQLi with 4 parameters, which are localhost for server name, root for the username, empty string for password, and company for the database name. Then, what about statement? Statement, connection, refer to, prepare. So select star from EMP where ID equal question mark. As you see here, this symbol is the same as dot in some programming language, like dot in Java, for example, and Kotlin. Now, statement is the SQL statement. So the SQL statement for this example is select star from EMP where ID equal something accepted by the user. Now, define the question mark statement bind param. As we have talked in the previous video, it consists of 2 parts. The first thing, what is the data type of the question mark? I, because it is integer, ID. Then, what's the name of the variable? ID. The last thing is the execute. Now, because this example is read, How can we receive the data? In some programming languages, we use cursor, for example, or result set like Java, okay, or data set like C Sharp. Here in PHP, you should define a variable called rs and use the function getResult. The getResult will get all the data from the database and store it in the rs variable. Then, how can we print the output of these variables? So, row equal rs fetch associative. So this function fetch associative will get all the data from rs and store it inside the row variable. So if you want to print, for example, the ID, I will write echo something like println in Kotlin, row ID. Then same thing, row name, and also row salary. That means I will print ID, name, and salary. Okay, save, and let me try this example. Right click, run file. Okay, question mark, ID equal, for example, 1001. Yes, as you see here, 1001, Hussein, and 3000. But I want to return the JSON format because the Android will not understand these data if they are not in the JSON format. So it is very simple. Just remove those three lines and instead of them write echo JSON encode for row. JSON encode for row. Let's again try this example. Right click, run file, ID equal 1001. Yes, as you see here, it is a JSON object, okay? Why it is JSON object? Because it will return only one employee. So in this video, we have talked about how can we create PHP file which read the data from the database and return JSON object. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we return JSON array, not JSON object. For example, if I need to return all the data from this table, in this case, I need to create a JSON array. So let's start with the example. As we do previously, right click on the source file, new PHP file, and I will call it JSON array. Okay, so the first step is same. Let's start with connection, new MySQLi, okay, localhost, the username is root, we don't have any password, and the last thing is the database name, which is company. Now, the statement, connection, prepare. So what's the SQL statement? It will be select star from EMP. In this case, I don't have anywhere or any question mark. If you remember, in the previous videos, in the insert, for example, I have three question marks. In the JSON object, I have one. But in this example, I don't have any question mark, which means there is no user data entry for this web service. In this case, you don't need this line, which is the bind param. You need only the bind param if you have a question mark, which means if you have a parameter or data entered by the user. Now, in my example, I will write statement execute. Okay, so to return data from the database, as we have talked in the previous video, you need the getResult function, which will return all the data from the database inside the variable rs. Now, for JSON array, you need also to create an array. For example, EMPS, employees, using the array keyword. So if you assign the variable to the array function in PHP, he will create an array called EMPS. Now, how can we return the data type or the data from the RS to this array? It's very simple. Just write while raw equal rs fetch associative, which means return the data to the row, then use the function array bush. Array bush will store the row, which is the ID, name, and salary for specific row inside the EMP. And because it will be used inside loop, so it will store all the rows inside the array EMP. Okay, so the main function of the array bush is how to get data from the row and insert it into the EMP's array. The last thing is echo JSON encode for my array, which is EMPS. Okay, so let's try this example. Right click, run file. Yes, as you see here, it will be created the JSON array, which consists of 3 employees, ID, name, and salary. Okay, so in this video, we have created a PHP file which return all the data from the EMP table and return a JSON array. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we create a project using the Android Studio Preview 3. So, if we go to the Android Studio Preview, it will take some time to be launched. This version of Android Studio is still beta, but has a lot of features. So you can use Kotlin, you can use also Java, you can convert your code from Java to Kotlin, okay, for this edition. Now it start working, Android Studio Preview. As you see here, powered by the IntelliJ platform, the same company which created the Kotlin programming language. So now, after reloading the Android Studio, how can you create a new project? Just select Start New Android Studio Project. I will call it My Udemy App, for example. My Udemy App. Here the company domain, it is by default user.example.com. You can change it to any name. The package name is consist of 2 parts, which is the company domain plus your application name. Don't forget to include the Kotlin support to use the Kotlin programming language. Now, click Next. He will ask you, do you want to use this app for phone and tablet, for Wear, TV, auto or cars, things, or the IoT, Internet of Things, okay? So we are going to select just phone and tablet, then click Next. Now he will start to ask you about the activity. The activity in Android is the screen. He will ask you which type of activity you want. I'm going to select empty activity, so I can add my own tools to this activity. Next. Each activity or each screen consists by default of 2 files. The first one is the Kotlin file. Inside this file, you are going to write your own code for the functionality, for example, connection to database, some calculations, some animation, whatever. The layout name is the XML file. In this file, we are going to write our own code for the design. So what is the background of the screen? What are the tools which included inside this screen? And so on. So now, let's click Finish. When you click Finish, it starts to create the project. As you see here, it starts creating the projects. By default, it will start with the main activity or the Kotlin file. Okay, the project consists of three main folders, which are manifest, Java, and resources. In the manifest folder, you can put some settings like the permissions, for example, the startup activity, the name of the projects, the icon used inside this project. So all these things found inside this file, which is the Android manifest. So this is the first folder. The second folder is for the Kotlin file. Okay, so inside the first folder, if you open it, you will see the main activity, which is this Kotlin file. It is class which extends from something called app compact activity. Now, what about the third folder? The third folder is the resources, which consists the design, like the images, audio file, video file, some string resources, color file, and so on. Here in the layout file, you will see the XML file of your activity. So if you double click on this file, which is the activity main, you will see your design. As you see here, the activity consists of one activity, okay, or one screen which has hello world. You can delete it, right click and delete this view. Here you have many tools. The tools in Android is called view. So each tool is called view. So you can drag and drop any views inside this activity. You can also go to text to see the XML of this activity. Okay, by default, the layout is constraint layout. Constraint layout is used to control the tools with the edges of the activity. So let's try a very simple example. Go to text. So then drag and drop this tool, which is text view. Okay, so to make some edges, as you see here, there's something like here, this red circle is the border or the edge to the activity. So let's try to use the top circle to define the vertical space. Also, we can delete this one and define the horizontal space. After we draw this text view, we can go here to the text attribute and write something like welcome. So it is welcome now. We can also enlarge the text size using the text size attribute. For example, let's see something like 30. Yeah, so now it is 30. How can we try this example, or how can we run this very simple example? Here we have run. So click on run. It will check if you have any emulator or if you have any physical mobile, the connected devices for the physical mobile. I'm going to try the emulator. So select the emulator, click OK, and wait for this emulator to be online. It will take some time. Yes, as you see here, it will give me welcome, which is the text view. The text view is used to show some data. So in this video, I've shown you how to create a project using Android Studio 3 and how can you run this project. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we use some views using Android. View means tools. The tools are called views. In the previous video, we have tried one view, which is the text view. The text view is used to display some data. Okay, so if you need to delete this view, right click and select delete. Now, from the text tab, you can write or use the plain text. The plain text is an edit text. The edit text is used to enter some data. We have many types of edit text. Plain text to enter any type of data, password, specific for password, email, phone, and so on. So if we need to try some simple example which is used to give the total of two numbers. So I'm going to use the number. So I will drag and drop the number view. Okay, here it is. Then I'm going to define some vertical space, and also from this circle I'm going to define some horizontal space. Then I will put it anywhere. Okay, of course, if I need to remove this one, I can remove it. Now, so this edit text, to use it in Kotlin, you should give it some IDs. The ID is the programmatic name for a view, so you can call it from Kotlin. So here, in the ID, I will call it, for example, num1. For example, I will call it num1. If I need to add some hint for this edit text, I can write here enter number, for example. For example, enter number. You will see here enter number as a hint. Let's again add another one. So I'm going to drag another edit text. Also, I'm going to define the horizontal space. What about the vertical space? I will connect this edit text to the another edit text. So it will define some space between two edit text. Also, for ID, I will call it num2. Then for hint, also I will write enter number. Now I have to edit text. I will write here, for example, 5, then here 7. Then I need a button to click on it. So from the widget, there is a tool or view called button. I will drag this button. And also I'm going to define some vertical and some horizontal space for this button. I will connect this button to the second edit text for vertical space. Okay, and for horizontal space, I can use one edge only. Okay, for this button, okay, I will not change the name of the ID for this button, but to change the text inside this button, I will write here, for example, sum. Okay, I will write something like sum inside the text attribute. Okay, the last thing, how can we write some code for this activity? Now we need to go to the Kotlin file. You can go to it from here or from the first folder inside Java. Here, this is the main activity. Double click and yes, you are now in the Kotlin file. So in the Kotlin file, each activity is extends by default from the app compact activity class. And this default function on create means if you need something to be created by default when you load this screen. So I'm going to put the cursor here and I will write button. Button, this is my button, and select enter in the keyboard. Look here, this line or this package is created by default when you add any one from the XML views. So not like Java, you don't need to define variable and call it. Just put some ID for the view, and call it directly from Kotlin. So I will write button dot set on a click listener, this one with the curly bracket. This means if you click on the button, So what the result you need if you click on the button? I will define two variables, var x with data type integer, okay, equal num1, which is the first edit text, dot text, dot toString, which means the string typed inside this edit text, I need to convert it dot to integer. So any text passed to this edit text will be converted to integer and stored in the variable x. The same thing with the num2. I will define another variable which is y, and here it will be num2. Then I will define the third variable var z as integer equal x plus y, How can we output the result? I'm going to use the toast. The toast is a message alert to give you some output. So I will use this line, toast dot make text. The first variable is the activity or the context you are inside. So I'm going to write this. You can write either this or the name of your activity, main activity dot this. Okay, so now I'm going to use this. Okay, look here, don't write context, it is by default. Then after you write this, what's the output of this example, which is z? So I'm going to say the result is plus z. Okay, the last thing is the duration. So you can select either short duration or length or long duration. I will select here length long, and the last thing is short. So the toast use two functions. The make text to define the message, which consists of three parts: the context or the screen, the message itself, and the duration of this message, either length long or length short. Then the show is used to give the result on the screen. Let's try this example. Run. Okay, because my emulator is already opened, it will install this app inside this emulator. It will take some time. Here, he will show you the progress of installing this app. Yes, as you see here, enter number and enter number. Let's try here, for example, 5, and here, for example, 6, and I will call the sum button. So click on the sum button. Yeah, the result is 11. Let me change some number, for example, to 3. Click on sum. The result is 8. So in this video, we have talked about how can we use edit text, button, and toast in Android. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we use radio button. Our example will be, we have three radio buttons. If you click any one of them, the background of our activity will be changed. So to use radio button, at first you should draw the radio group from the container tab. So go to the containers tab and draw the radio group. Okay, then we are going to map it for vertical and horizontal. Okay, now go to text and let's change it using XML. To make it our width match parent, so we will write match parent. That means the width of the radio group will be equal to the width of the container or the parent, which is the activity itself. Then for the height, we are going to give it, for example, 150 dp. Yes, I think it is okay. Now, the last thing, you should give it ID. So I'm going to name it RG, for example, stand for radio group. Now let's back to the design, go to the widget tab, and let's start with drawing 3 radio buttons. This is the first one, second one, and third one. For the first one, I'm going to click on it, and I am going to call this radio button, for example, suppose RDO underscore red. And for the text, I'm going to write red. Now, for the second one, I will call it RDO underscore green, and for text also green. Of course, the same thing with the last one, RDO underscore blue, and for text it will be blue. Okay, now we have radio group with 3 radio buttons. Our example will be, if we click on red, the background color of our activity will be changed to red. The same thing with green and blue. So for this example, I'm going to the main activity. Here in the Kotlin code, I'm going to add some event for our radio button. So the first one is the RDO red dot set on click listener, which means if we click on the radio button. So what the function will be, I'm going to change the background of the main screen of the activity itself. So let's go to the text for XML, and let's add some ID for our main activity. ID, and call it, for example, screen. So this ID for the whole activity, because we add it in the layout itself. Now let's write screen dot set background color, okay. If you have any problem, just alt enter, and dot parse color, for example, hashtag FF40 for red. The same thing will be for the other radio button. So copy paste, just change it to RDO green, and also we are going to change the color to 00 double F, okay, 00. Same thing with the last radio button, which is the RDO blue. Here the RD blue, that will be with 4 zeros. Yes, something like that, 4 zeros and double F. Here it is ready. This code said if you click on the first radio button, okay, the background of the screen will be changed to red. So let's try this example, run it. Okay, let's see the result here. It will take some time to build and install this APK inside our emulator. Yes, like this. So let's try red. Yes, green, and also blue. So in this video, we have talked about how can we draw some radio button in the screen and use it to change the background color of the main activity. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the concept of intent. So with this video, I'm going to make 2 screens or 2 activity. So if I click on a button on the first activity, it will navigate me to the second activity. So let's start with draw the button here. Okay, and in this button, um, I'm going to write, for example, let's say go. Okay, also, no need to change the ID, it is button 2, no problem. So, how can we add another activity? To create another activity, just in the Java folder, on the first folder inside Java, just right click, new activity, then empty activity. I'll call it, for example, second ACT. So now I have two activities, which is the main activity, the first one, and the activity second, which is the second activity. So how can I make an application? If I click on the go, the first activity, it will navigate me to the second one. So let's go to Kotlin, and here, button 2 dot set on a click listener, which means if we click on the second button or button 2. So to make an intent, var I equal intent, you should define an object of the type intent. Then, how can we navigate to the second activity? The intent needs two parameters. This, which is the context or the current activity, then the name of the second activity. So write second ACT, then colon, colon, or double colon, and class Java. This means I'm going to create an object which navigate from the current screen to the second ACT. Then start activity I. So let's try this example. Run. Okay. It will start to prepare this application and install it on emulator. Okay, so go. Let's click on the go. Yes, it opened the second ACT. Okay, so when you click, I'm sorry, this is my example here. Okay, when you click on go, you go to the second ACT. Okay, so in this video, we have talked about how can we use the intent to navigate from one activity to another one. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about how can we use intent to send a value from one activity to another activity. So in the previous video, we have seen how can we navigate from one activity to another activity using the intent. So let's go to the second activity, text tab, and draw a text view. Okay, now in the first one, also I'm going to add from the text, plain text. Okay, now let's remove the text, and in the hint, I'm going to add enter your name, for example. So in this example, I'm going to send a value from the plain text of the first activity to the text view in the second view. So if the user enter his name, for example, here, Yazan, and click on the button go, in the second activity, or on the text view, it will be written as welcome and Yazan. So let's start. Here, in the previous video, we have used this object to navigate from one activity to another one. So how can we use the intent object to send value to the second activity? Just write I dot put extra name, comma, then edit text dot toString. So here in this example, I've defined a variable called name, and the value of this variable will be the value of the edit text. So anything you have written in the edit text will be stored in the variable name and will be sent to the second activity. So this is how can we send a value from the first activity to the second activity. Now, in the second ACT, how can we receive this value? Here, we have a default variable or default built-in object called intent. So we can write something like intent.getString extra name. This means receive the variable name in the second activity. Now, how can we print this in the text view? Text view dot text equal welcome plus intent.getString extra name. So the output will be welcome plus the name you have entered in the first activity. Let's try this example. Okay, it will start installing this app on the emulator now. Okay, let's try, for example, the here. Okay, DHOYAZAN, for example. Now, click on go. Yes, as you see here, welcome Duyazan. So in this video, we have talked about how can we send the value from one activity to another activity using the intent class. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we use shared preferences. The shared preferences is a concept that allow you to read and write data from the mobile files. So you can store some data in the mobile files or read this data again from the mobile. So let's start simple example to store some data in the mobile and read this data again from the mobile. So if we have, for example, plain text here, okay, and we remove the text from this text, and here enter your name, for example. So this is the first edit text. Now we have also a button from the widget. We have add another button. Okay, connect this button to the edit text. And here it is called button 3, no problem. Let's change the ID of the edit text, for example, to ET right, for example. And for the button, we can change it to BTN right. So here in the text of this button, also, I'm going to write something like save. Now, if we add any name here and click on save, this value will be stored in the mobile device. Okay, so let's try. In the Kotlin file, I'm going to write something like btn write dot set on click listener. Now, how can we use shared preferences? At first, you should define a variable from the shared preferences itself using the function get shared preferences, and we should add two parameters. The first parameter is the file name. This file will be stored in the mobile device. So let's say something like my data. The second is the mode, and I'm going to use mode private. What is the mode? The mode private means this file will be exclusive for your apps, so no other apps can use this file. Then, how can we write the value? We need another variable, let's suppose editor, we add sp.edit. The editor is used to write a value to this file. The sp will create the file MyData, but the writer or the file writer will be the editor who will add value to this file. Now, editor dot put, let's say for example string name, and the value is etwrite dot text dot toString. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to create a variable or a file called MyData. Then I'm going to use the editor to write some data to this file. Now I have used the putString function to add a variable called name inside this file, and the value of this variable will be the value of the edit text itself. Now, in the same activity, I'm going to add a text view, okay, and okay, yes, something like this. This text view, for example, here, I'm going to add some ID, let's say TV read. This text view will be used to read the value from the file. Also, I'm going to add another button. Okay, let's connect this button to the edge of the activity and also connect it to the text view. I'm going to call it btn read, and on the text attribute I'm going to say something like read. Now let's go to Kotlin. In the Kotlin I will say btn read dot set on click listener. So how can I read the value from the shared preferences? I need the same object, which is var sp, to read the value from the file. Then how can I read the value? tv read dot text equal sp dot get string with the parameter name. That means I'm going to use the sp to read a value from the my data file, which is called name. So he will read the value of the name variable and print it on the text view. But you should also add default value, which means if you don't find any name inside this variable, return the empty string. Let's try this example now. Run it. Okay. Let's see it on the emulator. Now, let's try this example. For example, I'm going to write a name like Ali. Now, I will click on Save. It's supposed to store this value now in the My Data file. Let's click on Read. Okay. So, what's the problem here? tvRead dot text equal sp dot get string name, which means return the data from the name. So what's the problem here? Because it returns the empty string. That means he didn't find the file, my data. Oh yes, I have forget something here. Editor dot comment, which means save the value. So I'm sorry, let's try this again. Because comments mean save the value. Again, with the same name, click save. Now, read, yes, it showed the value here in the text value. So the save button stored the value in the file, while the read button read this value from the file. So in this video, we have talked about shared preferences. How can we use shared preferences to store value and read value from the mobile device? See you next. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about volley. Volley is a library used in Android to call the data from the web server. So you can call a web service like PHP file or ASP file from the web server. In previous videos, we have talked about how can we create a PHP file to add some data to the database to retrieve some JSON object or some JSON array. Now, how can we call those PHP files? At first, let's write something like volley library in Android. If you write something like that, volley library Android, the first link is transmitting network data using volley in the website developer.android.com. Let's go. Here, here we are going to use this line. This line is how can you download the library of volley into your app. So copy this file, go to Android, here in the Gradle, in the second one, which is build Gradle, the module one, open this file, and here at the line end of this file, paste this one, then click on Sync Now. This is used to add the Volley library into your app. It will take some time to download this library and add it to your app. Yes, it add this library to your project now. The next step, after you add this library, to call a PHP file or any type of server-side file, you should add a permission to the internet. So to add a permission to the internet, go to the manifest file, open the Android manifest file, and here you should add this line, uses permission with internet. This means your project or your app will use the internet service of the device. After you adding this, let's add a PHP file to print a welcome. You can use the volley for three types, which is string, JSON object, or JSON array. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we retrieve string from PHP file and show it on the Android. So let's open the WAMP server. Yes. Then let's run the NetBeans. You can add any type of application you want to create the PHP file like Notepad++, Notepad, Zen Studio, any type of apps. Now, in the NetBeans, let's create a new project using the NetBeans. So I'm going to the File menu, New Project. From the left side, I'm going to use PHP, and from the right side, I'm going to use PHP application. Then click Next. I will call this project, for example, Udemy Web. And as we have talked previously, you should select the C164 www to store this project. Okay, then I'm going to add the Udemy web after the www to store all this file inside this folder, then click Finish. Now, it creates a project. Let's close those files from the previous projects. Here, my project, which is called Udemy Web. In the Udemy Web, we have a source file folder. I will right click on this folder, select new PHP file. I will call it, for example, greeting. Okay, finish. I'm going to select another browser. Now, I'm going to create a very simple file which print out welcome to, for example, Android with Kotlin. Okay, this is very simple PHP file which consists of one line which output that statement welcome to Android with Kotlin. Let's run this file. Okay, right click and say run, and it will show the result in the Google Chrome browser. Yes, as you see here, welcome to Android with Kotlin. So in Volley, I should use this link inside the Android, but the Android will not accept the keyword localhost in the Android. So you should give it the IP address of the PC. How can I get the IP? Very simple. Just go to the CMD here, which is the command prompt, and write this statement, which is the IP config. Here, IP config, and press enter. Here, it will give you some IPv4 address, which is 192.168.8.100. Let's try this instead of localhost. Here, 192.168.8.100 and press enter. Yeah, it gives you the same result. Now I'm going to copy this line into the Android. In the next video, we're going to continue on how can we call this line from the Android. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous video, we have created a PHP file which print out the statement welcome to Android with Kotlin. Now, how can we call this file from the Android device? So at first, let's copy this URL. Okay, close Chrome, return to the Android, and we are going to draw one view, which is text view. Add some edge for this text view. The ID of this text view is text view 4. I'm not going to change it now. So in the Kotlin file, the first thing to define a variable to store this URL. So variable a string and paste the URL of this file. This is the first thing. Now, how can we start with the volley now? The first thing to define a variable from the request queue, which is equal to volley dot new request queue with parameter this. The RQ or the request queue is used to call data from the web server. The request queue asks the following question: what's the type of data? It is maybe string or JSON object or JSON array. In this video, we are going to call string because we have simple string which is welcome to Android using Kotlin. So you should define an object of string request. Also, we can define object from JSON object, and we are going to define an object from JSON object and JSON array in the next video, inshallah. So string request with the following parameter. The first parameter is the method, which is request.method.get. We can use either get or post, okay? Get is faster with less security, while post is slower with more security. Now, the second parameter is the URL. which is the variable store the URL of the PHP file or the web service. The third parameter, how can the app react when all the code is successful? So we are going to write something like response dot listener, okay, and with parameter called response. This is the third parameter. Now the fourth parameter is response dot error listener, which means how can the application react if there is some error. So this is the four parameter response dot listener with parameter response and response dot error listener with parameter error. In the third one, the response is of data type string because the data type of the string request is by default string. Now, here I'm going to say text view 4 dot text equal response, which means the text or the string which will be returned from the PHP file will be stored in the response variable, and this response variable will be shown on the text view 4. What about if there is some error? I'm going to add text view 4 dot text equal error dot message, which means the message of the error will be shown on the text view. The last thing is to make some connection between the RQ, which is the request queue, and the SR, which is the string request. So we should add this line, RQ dot add SR. Now let's try this example. Run. Okay. Let's wait to get the result on the emulator. Yes, as you see here, welcome to Android with Kotlin. Yes, this is the first example with how can we call a web service and show it on the emulator. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous videos, we have created a database called company with EMP table, which has three columns, ID, name, and salary. Now we are going to create a PHP file which accepts the ID of the employee and return a JSON object with ID, name, and salary. Then we are going to call this PHP file from the Android operating system using the Volley library. So let's start with NetBeans. Here we are going to add another PHP file which called find emp. As we have talked in the previous videos, to make connection with MySQL database, we are going to create an object from the MySQL I with local host as server, root as default username, empty password as default password, and the database name, which is company. Then we should add the statement using the prepare function. The statement is select star from EMP where ID equal specific variable, which is question mark. Now we should define this question mark using the bind param function with I as data type, which is integer, and because we are going to pass this variable from the URL, so you should define the ID as get. The last thing is statement execute. Now, after this, we should define a variable which is called rs get result, which will get all the result and store it in the rs. Now, define a variable which is called row to print the output on the screen with the fetch associative. No, not fetch array, but fetch associative. So it will return all the data and store it in the row. How can we convert now the row to JSON? So echo JSON encode with the variable row. Now let's try this example. Right click, run file, and we are going to pass it as question mark id equal, for example, 11 or 1001. Yes, we have got an employee with the ID 1001. Let's try another one. Yes. Okay. As we have talked also in the previous video, in Android, the local host will not be accepted. So go to the CMD, write ipconfig, and to get this IP, which is 192.168.8.100. So let's try it instead of localhost 192.168.8.100. Yes. Now copy this to the Android. So in Android Studio, we are going to Kotlin and we are going to define a variable called URL with data type string, which is equal to the following URL. Now, in the Kotlin, we are going to define a plain text which will be used to accept the ID from the user, the employee ID, I mean. Let's call it, for example, edit underscore name. Then from the widget, we are going to add a button. Oh, let's remove the text. Yes. Now for the button, I'm going to connect the button to the text. I'm going to call it, for example, button underscore find, and I'm going to write find in the text. So the user will enter the ID of employee, then he will click on the find button and he will get the name and the salary of the employee. So we need two text view, one for employee and another one for salary. So I'm going to call it, for example, text underscore name, and another one also for the salary connected to the previous text view and to the edge of the screen, and let's call it text underscore salary. Yes. Now let's go to the Kotlin and say button find dot set on a click listener. The first thing is to cut this line of the URL, cut and paste it inside the on a click, and remove the ID, and instead of the ID we are going to add the edit text. So edit name dot text dot toString. I don't know why I call it edit name. Maybe edit ID is better. No problem now. Anyway, let's create a variable called request queue as the previous video and assign it to the volley library new request with the context parameter. Now, what are the return type of this PHP file? It is a JSON object. So you should define an object from JSON object request with 5 parameters. The first one is the request dot method dot get as the previous video. The second one is the URL. The third one will be null. The null will be used for JSON request, but we don't have any request from the that type JSON, so I have put it as null. Now the response dot listener with response as parameter, and the last one response dot error listener with error as parameter. Now here, and also here we add space. How can we get now the name and salary of employee? All the JSON object, which consists of ID, name, and salary, will be stored on the response object. So we are going to add something like text name dot text equal JOR dot, sorry, not JOR, sorry, response dot get string name. The same thing will be text salary dot text, which is equal to response dot get string with salary. If there is any error, I'm going to add it, for example, in text name dot text equal error dot message. The last thing, to connect between the request queue and the JOR. So RQ dot add JOR. No, not like this. I'm sorry. Add JOR. Let's try this example now. Let's run. Okay. Now let's try to add the ID of employee, for example, which is 100 and 1, and click on the find button. Yes, Hussein with 3000. Let's add another one, for example, 1003. Click on find. Yes, Ahmed with 1500. So in this video, we have talked about how can we call a JSON object from PHP file and show the result on the Android device. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we retrieve a JSON array from the PHP file to Android. So we have this table, which will be used in this video, and also we have used in the previous videos, which return ID, name, and salaries of 3 employees. So at first, let's go to NetBeans, right click on the source file, new PHP file. Let's call it all underscore emp employee. And we're going to use the same code we have used in the previous videos. So instead of rewriting the code again, we can make a copy of this code, copy, okay, then paste it here. But we need some changes. At first, we need all the EMP, so we should write something like select star from EMP. So in the SQL statement, we don't have any variable, we don't have any question mark. In this case, no need for the bind param, which used to define the variables or the question mark inside the SQL statement. Now, this statement will return many rows, so at first we need an array. So define variables AR and assignment to the array function to create an array. Then for this line, we should add while, because you will get multiple rows, not just one row. And then use the function array push to put the row inside this array. The last thing will be echo JSON encode for the array. Okay, so let's try this one. Right click, run file. It gives me error. What's the error? Oh, okay, it is AR, not ARR. Again, save. Let's refresh this page. Yes, it returned all the employees inside this JSON array. Also, as usual, we will convert it to the IP address. Okay, then copy this line and go to the Android Studio. So in the previous videos, we have used this example to return only one employee. Okay, so let's go to the second ACT, second activity. Okay, or we can create new activity. Let's create new one, new activity, empty activity. Let's call it, for example, JSON ACT. Okay, so I have created a new activity. I'm going to add from the text just text view. I'm going to display all the data inside this text view, which is text view 2. I'm not going to change the ID of this text view. So text view. Okay, now let's go to the Kotlin file, var URL as string equal the URL, then var, let's call it list equal array list, because we need to store all the values inside this array, the values which return from the JSON array. Now again, let's define var rq equal of data type request queue, which is equal to volley dot new, yes, volley dot new request queue this. Now var jar, which is JSON array request, equal to JSON array request, and we should define the 5 parameter as the previous videos, which is request dot method dot get, then the URL, which is URL, okay, then the request itself, we don't have any JSON request, null. Now the response dot listener with parameter as response, and also the response dot error listener in case of error with parameter error. So let's make some spaces here and also here. Now the data type of the response is an array, so we need to write something like for x in 0 till response dot length minus 1. That's mean make loop from 0 to the length of this array, then list, the array list we have defined here, dot add. Let's suppose we need add first the name of the employee, so we are going to write something like response dot get JSON object x dot get string, for example, name. This will add all the employee name. Let's add another thing, plus something like dash, any symbol to separate between the name and the salary, and we are going to add the same thing, which is response dot get JSON object x dot get string salary, which means go to the object and return the name, and here go to the object and return the salary. After all this, text view 2 dot text equal, okay, how can we add all this to the text view? The same thing will be here for, okay, y in 0 till list dot size minus 1. Okay, so text view 2 dot text plus equal list for the value x. not X, sorry, here, Y, and we should add some empty string, something like, okay, oh, okay. Then, in the case of error, give it something like textview2 dot text equal error dot message. Then connect between them by rq.add with um, jar. Now, in case if it is everything is okay, it will add the name and the salary to this list, okay? But we in this case we need to add another loop for text view. I think it's not okay to do it like this, but we can do something like I think if we add some bracket for the loop here, for example, and also we should add it here. Yes, something like this, okay? So all the values will be added to this list. But what about if we add something like var result as data type string equal empty string, and instead of list.add we add something like result plus equal. Then here textview2 dot text equal result. So instead of using the array, I have used one variable and concatenate all the name and salary inside these variables. But also, we should add the last thing here plus slash n to make it for multiple lines. So to try to run this example, we should go to the manifest, Android manifest. We should change the location of the intent filter, cut, and paste it here. Okay, let's run this one, change it to app and run it. Okay, yes, as you see here, it print all the names and all the salaries inside this text view. What we have done here, we have changed the startup activity because these four lines define the startup activity, which was used for the main activity for the previous activity. Now we have put it inside the JSON ACT to make it the default activity. So in this video, we have talked about how can we retrieve a JSON array, and see you in the next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we retrieve an image or a photo from the web server and show it in the Android device. In this video, I'm going to use some library called Picasso. At first, I have this photo. I should copy this photo, right click, copy to C 164 www and paste it here. So how can we call this photo from the URL? Let's rename it to only Kotlin. Okay, it is a PNG file. So to call this photo from the URL, it will be something like localhost slash kotlin.png. Yes, something like that. Also, we don't need to use localhost. Instead, we are going to cmd and write something like IP config to get the IP address. So the IP address was 192.168.8.100. Yes. Now copy this line and let's back to Android. In Android Studio, we are going to define a variable here, var URL equal the link of the image. Now, also in Android Studio, we are going to add image. So go to Images tab and draw the image view. Select any image as default, for example, this one. Yes. Now, yes, this is something like this. It is called image view, and I'm not going to change the ID of this image view. Now, let's go to the internet, Google. In Google, write something like Picasso library. The Picasso library is a very good library to call an image from the web server. So, right click here, and if we go here, we'll go a lot of information, and I need the Gradle of this file. Yes, this line, copy this line, the same as we have done with volley, copy, go to the Gradle script, to the build Gradle, and add this line here. Then think now to download this library. It will take some time. Yes, finished. Now, go to Kotlin file, and we need only one line. It is Picasso dot with this, which is the context, dot load URL. Load means the URL of this image, dot into the name of the image view, which is image view. Only this line, which consists of three parts: the context, the URL, which is the link of the image, and the tool used to show this image. Let's run this example. Okay, and let's wait for the result. Yes, it shows the image from the server to your device. So in this video, we have talked about how can we call an image from the web server and show it on your Android apps using the Picasso library. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we use the recycler view. The recycler view is a tool to show a list of data. This recycler view consists of three parts, which is model, view, and controller, sometimes called MVC. The model is a class to illustrate the type of data you are going to show. For example, let's suppose that we are going to show products with image, name of the product, and price of the product. In this case, you should define a class, for example, this class called product, and this class should have three attributes, which are the name of the product, the price of the product, and the photo of the product. So the model is a class to illustrate the data you are going to show. Then the second part is the view. The view is the row you are going to repeat in this recycler view. The view is what are the tools you are going to repeat in the recycler view. For example, two text view for name and price, and one image view to show the photo of this product. The third one is the controller, and the controller is used to connect the model with the view, as we can see now. So let's start. At first, you should create the model. So go to the first folder inside the Java and click New Kotlin file. For example, I'm going to call this class product. Now, you should create a class with the same name, product. This class should consist of three variables, for example, var name as that type string, then var price, for example, as data type double, okay, or we can make it integer for simplicity. And the last thing is var, for example, photo as integer. Why photo is integer? Because you are going to put all the photos in the drawable folder. So any photo inside the drawable folder will be dealt as an integer. Now, after that, you should create a constructor for this class and make this constructor with three parameters, which are, for example, var name, var price, or we can make it directly name string, and what about the price? Price integer, then voto, for example, integer. Then you should put all the parameter for the constructor inside our variables. So you should write something like this dot name equal name. The same thing with this dot price equal price, and the last thing with this dot voto equal voto. Now we have created the class or the model class. So this model class, as you have seen, illustrated the data you are going to repeat in your recycler view. After we have created the product class, the second thing will be the view, which means what you are going to show inside this row. At first, I have here three photos for example, Pepsi, Pepsi Diet, Mountain Dew. I'm going to copy all these photos inside the drawable folder. Okay, so I have created three folders for Pepsi, Pepsi Diet. But we have some problem. When you are going to copy any photo, you should declare any variables with small letter only. So I'm going to call it diet, small letter, also the due, same thing, due, because capital letter is not allowed for the photos in the resources folder, and also about Pepsi. Then we are going to delete all these three, delete, okay, and again cut and paste all this. Yes, so as you have seen here is for Dio, Pepsi Diet, and Pepsi. So we are going to repeat all these three photos inside our recycler view in the photo columns. Now, how can we create the view? In this case, go to the layout folder inside the resources folder, right click, select new layout resource file. Let's suppose we are going to call it my underscore row. Inside my row, at first, I'm going to change the orientation to horizontal. Then go to next. In the design, go to the images tab and draw the image view. After you drag and drop the image view, you are going to select any photo inside. Okay, let's suppose we are going to select Dio. Okay, so this photo has been added inside our layout. Then go to text. Let's minimize the height to, for example, 150 dB. Okay, then I'm going to delete this line because the weight means take the whole layout. So, okay, now I'm going to put the width, for example, to, let's suppose, something like 50 dB, or 50 is very small, yeah. So make it 150. And What about the height? According to height, for example, let's suppose that we are going to put something like 80 dB. Yes, I think something like this is good. And also I'm going to minimize here to 100. Okay. And to add some margin for this photo, so I can add some top margin, or let's add margin from every side, something like 20. Okay, so we have added the photo. After added the photo, I'm going to add two text views. So go to text and drag and drop one text view, and this text view will be used for the name, for example. According to the image view, I am going to call it um, pro, stand for product, pro photo. And for this text view, I'm going to call it pro name. Also, I'm going to remove this one, the weight. Also, I'm going to add some margin. So let's add some margin here, for example, margin 50 dB. But let's add it only from top. So margin top 50 dB. Yes. Also, I'm going to increase the text size. So text size, for example, let's suppose 18 SP. Okay. And here, for example, in the text as symbol, I will put Pepsi. No, this is not Pepsi, Dio. Okay. So put Dio. And the last thing is the ID. ID, for example, pro underscore name. So this text view for name. What about the price? The same thing will be with the price. Same thing will be with price. So I'm going to add another text view. And I'm going for this text view to add the same format. So at first, I'm going to add ID as pro underscore price. Also, I'm going to remove the weight line, and instead, I'm going to add margin top like 50 dB. Also, I'm going to add margin from left to add some space, for example, 30 dB. Okay, let's suppose we are going to add something like 2. Okay, so we have add some design except for the text size. So text size, and we are going to add 18 SP. So we have add a row with photo of the product, the name of the product, and the price of this product. We are going to repeat this row for all the products inside the recycler view. So in this case, we have created the model and the view. And in the next video, inshallah, we are going to create the controller. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous video, we have created a model to illustrate the data we are going to repeat inside the recycler view, and the view which contains the views you are going to repeat inside the recycler view. Now, how can we make connection between the model and the view using the controller? So in the previous video, we have created this class called product, which has 3 attributes: name, price, and photo. Also, we have created a row with image view and 2 text view. The first one called pro photo, pro name, and the last one called pro price. So to create the controller, this is the main important step. So let's go to the first folder inside the Java folder, right click, new, Kotlin file, and let's call this one product adapter. Product adapter. So how can we make recycler view adapter? Okay, to make this thing, okay, At first, let's suppose we are going to add class. Okay, but before adding class, this class will be called the product adapter. Before we are going to continue with this code, let's go to create an activity, right click, new, activity, empty activity, and let's suppose we are going to call this activity as product ACT, product activity. Finish. This activity will be used to show the recycler view. So at first, we're going to use this activity and draw some recycler view inside this activity. So from the design, go to the advanced tools, okay, or maybe in the design, it's not also the design, app compact, yes, here in the app compact. Here we have a tool called recycler view. So drag and drop this tool, okay, click OK to add the library. When you click OK, you will see here, you will add a new library specific for the recycler view. It will take some time to reloading this library inside your project and add it to the Gradle script file. Now, as you see here, it has been added. Let's give it some name, ID, for example, RV underscore pro. If we go to the Gradle script, to the build Gradle, you are going to see this file. This file has been added because you have draw recycler view inside your activity. So if you drag and drop any recycler view in your activity, by default, the Android Studio will add this library to your Gradle file. Now, let's go again to our product adapter class. To make this class, you should at first extend from something called recycler view dot adapter. Okay, and this adapter should use something called view holder. Should use something called view holder. Also, this class should has two parameters for the constructor. One called, for example, var C, for example, and it is of data type context, and the second one, for example, list of data type array list. And this array list should has a parameter of the type product, because this list will be of the data type product. Now, after this, you should add here the constructor, and here just put the pointer here, select Alt Enter with keyboard, or you can also click on this lamp icon and select implement member, and should select all these functions and click OK. So to create a recycler view adapter, at first create class. This class should extend from something called recycler view.adapter. This recycler view adapter should pass parameter of type view holder. The view holder means what are the layout you are going to repeat. In our examples is the my row. My row is the layout we are going to repeat inside our recycler view. This recycler view by default has three functions: on create view holder, on bind view holder, and get item count. Also, this list of type product, which will contain the data you are going to repeat. So before we start using the product adapter, we should create class. Let's suppose it is called my product, and this class should extend from something called view holder, because the view holder is the parameter used in the recycler view adapter. Okay, this is the first thing. Another thing, you should pass a parameter for this class, something like view of data type view, and also pass this parameter for the view holder here as a view. Now, after that, you should define all the parameters you are going to repeat, or the tools you are going to repeat using the view variables. For example, var, for example, n, okay, let's say, for example, tv underscore name, okay, equal v dot view dot find view by id of data type text view, and here say something like r dot id dot product name. This means the following: the variable tv name will be used instead of the product name. The product name is the name of the first text view here, which is the name. The same thing will be used with the price. So let's copy paste this one, and instead of name you can say here price, and also here instead of name change it to price. So these variables will be the substitution for these views. Also, what about the price? Var, or sorry, voto, and let's call it iv underscore voto, for example, which equal to view dot find the view by id and the data type image view, and it is r dot id dot pro voto. Now we have created three variables here. Okay, the first variable tv name will be the substitution for the product name, the tv price substitution for product price, and the iv voto also will be the subscription for this. Now let's create a function to receive data. Okay, let's say bind this function called bind, and this function should pass three parameter. Let's say n, for example, a string, and also p for, sorry, as an integer, and also what about the voto, ph, for example, as an integer. And here we are going to say something like tv name dot text equal n. Also, what about the price? tv price equal p. I know it will be some confused for the first time, okay? Not tv price, sorry, tv price dot text equal the variable p. But because the variable p or the price is integer, you should convert it to string. What about the voto? The same thing with voto. iv voto dot set image resource with ph. Now the function of the bind is how can we put values inside the text view for name, text view for price, and also for the image view. From where we can get these values, we are going to get all these values from the list which are of the data type array list product. Now let's go here in this function, and we are going to remove this to-do line, and instead we are going to write something like return list, which is the array list here, dot size. I don't know why it is not defined here by default. List, okay, it is of the data type array list product. But we have forget something, which is var, and we are going here to add something like return list dot size. So What the main function of the get item account? The get item count is used to return the number of rows you are going to display or to show in the recycler view. It is very simple. Just return the size of the array list which are defined here. Now, what about the onCreate? In the onCreate, you should connect between the adapter and this file which is called myro. So to make this connection, just define something like var v, or let's say my underscore view, and this my view should be layout inflator dot from c is the context, dot inflate, and give it r dot layout dot the name of my layout, which is my row, is the first parameter. And the second parameter, just use the variable parent here. It is of that type view groups. And also for attachment, we are going to use false because we're not going to use it inside the fragment. Then the second thing, we are going to define or return this my view return. I think I call it my product. Yes, but it is capital letter, my product, and inside my product, I'm going to use my view. So what's the meaning of these two lines? At first, you should connect between your recycler view adapter with your layout. So where are we going to get the name, price, and photo, which is two text view and one image view? All these content is inside the Miro. So we have connected between our recycler view adapter with this line. Then we have returned my product with my view. The last thing, how can we get data inside the text view? We have a function called bind. So you should write something like holder. Holder is a parameter of type recycler view as my product dot bind. So from where we are going to get data for text view and image view? For the first text view, which is name, we're going to get it from list position to define the row index, dot name, then comma, the same thing, list position dot price, and the last thing is list position dot photo. So here we are going to create or to bind all the data with our views. Now we have created this product adapter, and in the next video we are going to connect this product adapter with our activity. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous video we have created the recycler view adapter or the controller. As we have talked, the recycler view adapter is used to connect between the view, which are the Miro, which I have designed in the previous videos, with the model, which is the class contain the illustrating data. Now, after this, you should fill data inside this list view to show the data inside the recycler view. So the last thing is to go to the activity. As you remember, we have added recycler view inside this activity, and we give it ID RVPro. So the last thing, go here to the product ACT. Let's create a variable of data type array list, and it is of data type product. And let's start add some data. So we have added var list, equal array list from the product parameter, then list, Oh, I have add double L. I don't know why. Anyway, let's dot add product with name. For example, let's suppose the name is Pepsi. Okay, the price 2. The photo is r.drawable dot, for example, Pepsi. The same thing will be repeated for the other two rows. For example, here Pepsi Diet, and the price 3, for example. And the same thing also with Dio. For example, 4. And we should also change the voto. So this voto is called diet, and this voto is called Dio. And the last thing now, create object from the recycler view adapter, which is called product adapter. The product adapter need two parameters here, which is the context and the array list. So for the context, we are going to add this. And what about the array list? The array list is list. Here it is. Now, how you are going to display this data, vertically or horizontally? So in this case, we are going to use the recycler view rv pro dot layout manager equal linear layout manager this, which means vertical, because the linear layout manager in the recycler view by default vertical, which will show the data one after the other. The last thing, rv pro dot adapter equal ADP. Now you have connected between the ADP or the product adapter with the adapter of the recycler view. Let's try this example now, but before we start the example, let's go to the manifest, take the intent filters, cut, and put them inside the product ACT to make it the startup screen. Now let's run this example. Okay, it will take some time to install this example. Yes, as you see here, it show all the data. Here, the photo of Pepsi, the name, and the price. Also the name, price of Pepsi Diet, the name of Pepsi Diet, and the photo, and the same thing with the duo. So on those all three videos, we have created recycler view, which consists of model, view, and controller. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to give you an idea about the project we are going to create. So this project is how can you order a food online, so you can food some fast food like pizza, Pepsi, some sandwiches online. So in this app, this is the homepage or the first app or the first activity you are seeing when you install this app. You have signed up, so if you don't have account, you can create your account using mobile, password, confirm, name, and address. But if you already have an account, you can log in using mobile, number, and the password, and click on login. When you log into this app, you will get an activity which retrieve all the categories from the server and display it. Let's suppose we are going to order a pizza. So there is a recycler view which display the photo of the meal, name, price, and also you have add here. So let's add this margarita pizza and ask for 2. Click on add. Now, if you want to cancel this order, you can click on cancel from this menu or back to the menu to add another one. So let's add salad, for example, and let's add this Greek salad 1, for example, and click on add. Now this is your order. If you want to confirm it, just go to the menu, click confirm. This is the total. Click on PayPal, and now he will move you to PayPal to pay this total, which is $9.87. So click on PayPal, use your password 1234567 8, for example, and click on login. Now your app will start authenticate your account with the PayPal server to check if you have a valid amount. Then you can click on pay to confirm your payment, and then you got this message: thank you for using our service, and thank you for watching our video. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to create two PHP files, one for login and one for registration. So in this video we are going to start our project from scratch. So at first, let's start the WAMP server. You can use WAMP or XAMPP. Then let's start with NetBeans. Of course, you can use any other applications like Notepad++, Zen Studio, or just Notepad. Okay, now let's start with creating a new project using NetBeans. So go to File, New Project. I'm going to call it from PHP and PHP application. Next. Then I'm going to call this project, for example, Sales Web, and you should put it inside C 164 www, as we have talked in the previous videos. Also, you should add the same name here, Sales Web. Then click on Finish. And before we start creating PHP file for login and users, so you should go to the browser, run the localhost, go to PHP my admin, and let's start with creating our database. Of course, the username by default is root, and also the default password is empty string. Go, databases, and we are going to call this database Sales Web, and click on Create. The first table will be users, and we are going to make this user consist of 3 columns, which is the mobile number, which will be the username, the password, okay, of this user, and the last thing will be the name, and of course the address. So go, first thing will be the mobile, second column will be password, third one will be name, and the last thing will be the address. We are going to put all this as varchar, so the mobile may be 15 as maximum, the password, let's make it 10 characters as maximum, name, let's suppose for example it is 30, and about the address I'm going to put it 100 characters. Now click on save. So how can we create a page or PHP file to add user inside this database? So we are going here. This is our project, not this of course, but this one, Sales Web. So right click on the source file, select new PHP file, and let's call it add underscore user. Add underscore user. Finish. As you remember, let's start at first with the connection. So con equal new MySQLi with 4 parameters, which are the localhost for the server, root as username, empty string for the password, and what about the last parameter, the database name, which is Sales Web. Now, also we have talked in the previous videos, the second step is the statement. So in the statement, you are going to use the prepare function, and inside the prepare function, put your SQL statement, which will be insert into users values 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this 4 parameter for mobile number, password, name, and address. Now, let's define 4 variables for these parameters. So statement bind param, all of them are string, so the 4 is string. And let's define these variables using the get arrays. So mobile, first one, second one, dollar sign get with password, third parameter will be dollar sign get name, and the last one will be dollar sign get address. And the last thing will be statement execute. So this for line will be used to create a user inside our database. Let's change the browser to Chrome. Right click here and run file to make some test. So let's start with question mark mobile equal, for example, 0788030600, and password equal 123456, and name equal Luizan, and address equal, for example, Adam. Enter. Okay, let's go to the database. Our database is SalesWeb. Create on users. Yes, the mobile password, name, and address, all the data have been added to our database. But what's the problem with this example? What about if I try to add the same mobile again? It will accept it. So how can we check if this mobile already exists? So in this case, here, after the connection line, we are going to add another statement. Let's call it statement 2, for example, or no, statement check equal connection prepare and select star from users where mobile equal question mark. This statement will retrieve the data of the users according to his mobile. So statement check. Of course, I'm going to use the bind param, only one question mark or one parameter, and it is dollar sign get mobile. And of course, at last, we are going to make some check, statement, execute. Now, to retrieve the data, we are going to define rs equal statement check get result. Now, the rs will store the data of the user if this mobile already exists. So I'm going to write something like if rs numbers equal 0, means if this mobile or if this user is not exist inside the database, so in this case we can add it to the table. And I'm going to add another line also, echo, for example, 1. Just 1 and 0. 1 means the user has been created, and 0 there is some error. Else, for the otherwise, I'm going to echo something like 0, for example. Let's try the example again. Look here, if I repeat the same user, Zero, the user has not been created. Let's check the database. Of course. But what about if we change the mobile number? For example, 1234567 with same password, but with user, for example, Mariam. Okay, and press enter. Yes, 1. Let's check the table. Yes, good. The user has been added. So in this video, we have talked about how can we create a PHP file to add user to the database and check if the user has been existed or not. See you next video for the login. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we create a PHP file to check the mobile and password of the user so we can implement it as login in our mobile application. So at first, let's go to the source file, right click, new PHP file, and let's call this file as login. So for login, we can copy this code from the previous example because it is same code, and we are going to say something like select a star from users where mobile equal question mark and password equal another question mark. So here we should pass two parameters, so we need double S, and the second parameter which will be $get the password. So in this case, if the user is not exist, we are going to echo 0. Otherwise, the else we are going to echo 1. So let's try this simple PHP file. Right click, run file. So in the login, mobile equal 0788030600 and password equal 123456. Yes, 1 because this user already exists. What about if this user is not exist? Any random password. Yes, 0. So in this case, the login is working perfectly. Okay, so I have created two PHP files, one called add user to add a user to the table, and another one called login to check if the user exists or not. Now, let's run our Android Studio to create our project. Now, select Start New Project. Okay, for example, suppose we are going to call it Cells App. Okay, click Next. Next, start with empty activity, no problem, and click on Finish. So the project has been created. So before start working on this project, let's start with some settings for this project. The first thing, this project need a permission to go to internet. So we should add the permission for internet. The second thing, this project need two libraries, which is the volley library and the recycler view library. So at first, I'm going to add the permission to the manifest to use internet. So uses permission, of course, for internet. The second thing, we are going to add two libraries which are volley for retrieving data from the web services from the PHP file, and of course Picasso to retrieve the images from the server. So to add the libraries, as we have done in the previous videos, go to Google, let's say Android, for example, Picasso. Okay, Picasso square open. Let's go down in this page. Yeah, here in the Gradle, we can take this line, copy, go here in Android to the build Gradle, and let's add this library here and click on sync now. This for the first library. While this library is added to the Gradle, let's go to net again and let's say something like Android Volley library. Go to developer.android.com, and if we go down here, also the line to add the Volley library to your app. So again, also in the Gradle, add this line and click sync now. So this project has been prepared and it is ready to start working for our sales app. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to start designing the first activities. So the first activity in our project will be the login activity. But before we start designing this activity, I have here two photos, one for user and another one for password. So I'm going to add these photos to the resources folder inside the drawable folder, copy paste. Yes, so I have added two photos, one for the user logo and another one for the password. Now, let's remove this text view. Let's go to the design. I'm going to work in XML. So the first thing, I'm going to use the linear layout for all activities. So here, I'm going to convert this layout to linear instead of constraint layout. The second thing, I'm going to add a background for this activity as hashtag 404040. Now, after that, let's go to the design and let's add two text. So go to text. I'm going to add mobile and password. So I will draw phone, and also I'm going to add password for the login. Okay. Now go to text. Yeah, also we have forget another thing, which is the orientation. So make the orientation as vertical to put the two plain text one after the other. Now let's remove the weight attribute for both edit text. So now I have two plain text. The first thing, let's convert the width of both of them to match parent. Second thing, let's add some hint. So here, for example, enter mobile number. Okay, but the color is black, so I can change the text color, okay, to white, and also the text hint color, the text color hint also to white. So as you have seen here, enter mobile number. Also, I should add some ID here. But let's call this one login underscore mobile. Also, to add some photo to this edit text, you can use right here. Where is right? Yeah, drawable right. Drawable right. I'm going to use drawable user. As you see here, it add some logo or some icon on the right of the edit text. And also, we can add some margin. So margin, let's say 20 dB. Yes. It is good. Now let's copy all this, okay, to the second one. Oh, I'm sorry, but this one is the password. No problem, no problem. Okay, and here also enter mobile. So let's change this one to text, or sorry, phone. Yes. Here for the ID, okay, I'm going to call this one login password, okay, and remove this line. And here also enter password and change the icon instead of user to password. Yes, something like this. So the user is going to enter the mobile number here and enter the password here. So what about the login? So after this, I'm going to draw a text view here. So I'm going to use this text view instead of the login button. So I'm going to call it login underscore btn. Okay. Also for text color, I'm going to use the white one, hashtag trouble F. Let's make text size something greater, something like 15 or 18. I think 22 is better. Yeah, 22. 22. And for the text, I will write something like login. Also, for graffiti, make it center. Graffiti, something like alignment. Okay, so after this, I'm going to add some background. So let's add something like, what if we try something like this? Yeah, I think we can make it like this, and here, for example. Yes, maybe this is good. Okay, and now let's add some margin. So, or yeah, some margin. So what about, for example, 50 or maybe 80? Yes, 80 dB, but it should be from left and right margin. So what about left margin 80 and also right margin the same value 80 dB? Okay, but here, yes. Now to make it something like box, so we can add also the padding. So what about 20 dB as padding? Oh, it's bigger. Let's try 10. Yes, I think 10 is better. Okay, so it depends on you. Now, this text view will be the login button. We can also copy this text view and paste it again here, but just change the ID, so we can call it login sign up, and we are going to use this button if the user don't have any account, so he can click on sign up to go to the user registration activity. And also we can add some margin here, margin top, let's say 20 dB. Let's make it 30. Yes, okay. So if the user entered the mobile number, password, then click on login. If he doesn't have any user, he can click on the sign up, so he can move to the another activity. So this is the login activity. Okay, in the next video we are going to do the same thing with the registration activity. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to create another activity which will be the registration activity. In the previous video, we have created the login activity. I'm going to use the same design but with some changes and adding the name, address, and so on. So let's start with creating this activity. Right click new activity, empty activity. Let's call this one reg ACT or registration activity. Okay, so let's go to the activity main and let's copy all this, Control A, and go to the activity registration, remove everything in the XML file and paste this one. But of course, you should change the name of the file here because this file is not main activity, it is reg ACT. Also, you should change the ID of the mobile. Instead of login mobile, it should be reg underscore mobile. Also here for password, it will be reg password. And of course, we don't need the login, so you can remove the login. And for sign up also, you're going to call it reg sign up. Okay, let's add the other text. After the password, the user in the registration should re-enter the password again for confirmation. So we are going to copy this one and call it reg confirm. Okay, and here instead of enter password, let's say confirm password. Another thing is the name. What about the name? I'm going also to copy the edit text again for the name, but this phone is not of type password, so let's change it to text password and here also to text password. Yes, this one. What about the activity main? I think I have changed it. Also here for text password. Yes. Now, for the registration, you have added mobile, password, and confirm password. What else we have? We have also name and address. So let's copy this edit text, copy, paste. This one will be for name. So we can call it here as reg name. And here I'm going to say enter name. And for the data type, I will use text because this name. Also, again, I'm going to copy this one for the name, copy, paste, and here enter address, and for the ID, let's call it reg address, and let's remove the margin top, or let's decrease it. Instead of 30, let's make it 10, or maybe something like, say 5. Yes. So this is the registration with enter mobile number, password, confirm, name, address, and the button of the registration. So the main two activities is ready. So what about if the user don't have any account? Of course, if the user don't have any account, he will click on the sign up to go to the next activity. So the first functionality, go to the main activity, and here let's call the login sign up dot set on a click listener dot set on-click listener. And as we have talked in the previous videos, if you want to go from one activity to another activity, we can create an object from intent. So var I intent, and here this from the current context to the reg act, and use the double colon to call the class Java. Then start activity I. So in this case, if the user from the main activity click on sign up, he will move to the registration to fill his data and click sign up. So this is the following code to move it from one activity to another activity. Okay, so see you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to implement the registration activity. So the user can enter the mobile, password, confirm, enter the name, address, and click on sign up to add those data into the database. As we tried in the previous videos, we have created a PHP file called adduser, and this file was accept four parameters, which are mobile, password, name, and address. So at first, let's run this file, and before copy this data, you should run the cmd and write the following command ibconfig to get your local IP. So my local IP is 192.168.8.100. So I will replace this IP here instead of the localhost 192.168.8.100. Okay, so let's copy this line and go here to the Android Studio to the Kotlin file of the registration. So the first thing is to create a variable. Let's call this variable URL, okay, equal, okay, the following line. But before this line, we should add event for the button itself. Maybe I don't know what I call it, but I think the sign up, reg sign up, sorry, it is reg sign up. So reg underscore sign up dot set on click listener, and inside the on click listener we can add this hyperlink or this URL, and with this URL you should add the following: question mark email equal plus reg, it is not email, I think it is mobile, yes, mobile, plus reg underscore mobile dot text dot toString, plus the same thing will be and password equal, and here also I will continue the second line, plus reg underscore password dot text dot toString, okay, plus and name equal plus reg underscore name dot text dot toString. What else? The address, and just this too long line, no problem. Address equal plus reg underscore address dot text dot toString. And according to this plus, let's make it in the upper line. Yes. So this is the URL. But before calling the web service, let's check if the password and the confirm is equal. So the user should enter password and confirm this password with the same password. So let's check the value of this to edit text if reg underscore password dot text dot toString dot equals reg underscore confirm dot text dot toString. In this case, if the password and the confirm is equal, in this case, call this URL. Otherwise, else, let's make some toast. So, sorry, toast dot make text. This, for example, password not match. Also here, toast dot length long dot show. So, if the password and confirm are equal, if the password and confirm are equal, it will call this URL. Otherwise, it will call this alert message. Now, for calling this web service, as we have done in the previous videos, you should start with defining this variable of the data type request queue equal volley dot new request queue this. Then var, what is the data type of the request? It's a string, so I'm going to define it as string request with 4 parameters, which are request, what's the problem here, request, oh sorry, I should use equal. So let's start with the parameter, yes, request dot method dot get, then the URL, then what will be happen if the code has been successfully with parameter response, and the last thing, what will be happen if there is some error with the parameter error. Now let's give it some spaces here, also here. At first, if there is any error, I can make this toast copy, sorry. If there is any error, I'm going to print out those errors. So here, error dot message. But what about if the code have been done successfully? Okay, in this case, if you remember, we have added 0, okay, if there is any problem because this user is already exist. But if this mobile is not exist and the user has been added successfully to the table, the web service will return 1. So in this case, I'm going to say something like if response dot equals 0, let's add another toast with, for example, mobile already used. Else, for example, copy, oh sorry, copy, for example, user created. So this example is ready for use, but the last thing is to make connection between the request queue and the string request. So here, okay, you should add something like rq dot add, no, not this, rq dot add sr. Let's try this example. Let's run it. Run. Wait for our emulator to be ready. Select this one and click on OK. Now, yes, it ran. Let's click on sign up. It moves to the next activity. Let's try to add some mobile number. For example, 0, 7, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 566. Okay, then for the password, let's make it 123, and for the confirm also, let's make it 123, and here, okay, for the name, let's make it Ali, and for address, we can make it, for example, Amman. Okay, now let's click on sign up. Yeah, user created. Let's check our database to make sure if it have been created or not. Let's go to the browser, localhost, phpMyAdmin, go. Okay, our database called SalesWeb. So inside SalesWeb, inside the user table, yeah, you can find this one, this mobile number with 123 Ali and Amman. So in this video, we have implemented the registration activity and we are going to implement the login activity inshallah in the next video. See you next. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to implement the login activity. But before we start implementing this activity, let's add a new activity here, new activity, empty activity. Let's call it home ACT. This is the activity which will be shown after registration and also after login. So finish. I'm not going to do anything inside this activity except one thing or two things. Change the layout to linear layout instead of, okay, linear layout instead of constraint. The orientation, make it vertical, and of course the same background that have been used in login and registration. Okay, now let's close this one. Here in the reg ACT, in the else, what should be used here? Let's make comma and var I equal intent. So if the user has been created, he will be moved to the home ACT and class Java, and here also start activity I. The same thing will be implemented in the login. If we remember, the login PHP file accept two parameters, which are mobile and password. And if the login fail, it will return 0. But if the login success, this PHP file return 1. So let's go to the main activity. And here we are going to start implementing the login button. So login ptn dot set on click listener. And I think we need the same code with some changes. The first thing, I'm not going to use this F because I don't have any confirmation, but I'm going to use from the var line to the rq.add. So copy this one, go to the login or the main activity and paste all this code and click OK here. The first change here, the URL, it is not add user, but it is login. And this login need only mobile and password, so all these things, name and address, will be removed. Other thing, it is not reg mobile, it is login mobile here, and also here it is login password. Okay, now another thing here, if it is 0, I'm going to say something like login fail. Otherwise, move it to the home ACT. Okay, so let's try this example. Okay, okay, let's try with this mobile number 07880300600. And what about the password? I think it was 123456. Think login. Yes. So when the login was success, it moves you to the home ACT. Other thing, after the user have been logged, how can you know who this user? This is called session. The session is the concept of tracking the user, so you can know if the user ordered some items, pay using PayPal, and so on. So to make this thing, we are going to use the static or the companion object as we have talked in the introduction videos for Kotlin. So let's create new Kotlin file. Let's call this file user info. Okay, so I'm going to create class called user info, and inside this class I'm going to use the keyword companion object to use static variable. So it will be var mobile with data type string, okay, with default value empty string. Now, after creating this variable, and it is companion object because you are going to use it in multiple screens. So in the main activity, before going or move to the home ACT, add this line user info dot mobile equal login mobile dot text dot toString. Sorry, to yes, string. The same thing will be happen in the reg ACT. So copy this line also here, but of course you are going to change the login to reg mobile. Okay, so in this video we have created the login activity and implement the concept of session by creating a class called user info with a variable companion or static variable to store the mobile number when the user moved between screens. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to create a PHP file to return the items from the item table. I have created a table called items. This table has ID, name, price, category, and photo. You can find this table with all data inside the attachment side. Anyway, this table has ID for each meal, the name of the meal, for example, margarita pizza or whatever, the price of this meal, and the category. I have created 5 categories, which is pizza, sandwich, salad, beverages, and extra. I didn't care to create separated table for the categories and make relationship between those two tables. I'm just going to return the categories from this column, and here the photo of this meal. All these photos are here in the images folder. So at first I'm going to cut this folder and I'm going to C WAMP64 www, and here our website sales web. I'm going to paste it here in the sales web. Okay, then I'm going to create a PHP file to return only the categories of those items. So let's create a PHP file, right click, new PHP file, and let's call it get underscore cat, stand for categories. Anyway, Instead of rewriting the code again, we can use this code from the login, copy, and paste here. But I'm going to retrieve only the category columns. So I can write something like category, select category from items and without anywhere. So it will retrieve all the categories. So no need for the bind param. Also here, to retrieve all the data, you need an array, AR equal array, okay, because it will be converted to a JSON array as we have done in previous videos. And here, while row equal rs fetch associative, yes, this here, just use this function array underscore push to add this row inside the array. So let's make semicolon, and here we are going to say JSON encode for the ARR or the array. So let's try this one. Right click here, run file. Yeah, it retrieves all the categories, but as you have seen, pizza is repeated 4 times, sandwich repeated 4 times. This because it is repeated inside the table. So let's try this statement, distinct, to disallow the replication and make refresh for this page. Yeah, so it returned JSON array with pizza, sandwich, salad, beverages, and extra. Okay, so in this video we have created a PHP file to return all the categories from the database, and inshallah in the next video we are going to implement this PHP file inside our Android app. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about how can we retrieve the JSON array for categories which have been created in the previous video in our app. As you remember, we have created a web service called getcat.php to retrieve the categories of the meals like salad, sandwich, pizza, which retrieve from this table, which is item. So I'm going to display all these categories in a list view. So at first, let's go to the activity home, which has been created in the previous video. I'm going to use a tool called list view. So go to the container and drag and drop list view. A list view is something like recycler view, but with less functionality or less capabilities and features when you compare it to recycler view. So I'm going to use list view because our list will be very simple, just the name of categories in vertical way, like pizza, sandwich, salad, and so on. So after we have drag and drop the list view on the screen, I'm going to give it some ID. Okay, so for example, home underscore cat, home category. Okay, after that, let's go to the Kotlin file of the home. Here we are going to use the web service. For this example, I'm going to use the library of the volley, which have been created on the first video of this project, the volley library. Now, before we start, of course, we need this URL, and let me remind you to get the IP address, go to the command prompt and write the following command, IP config, to get your IP, which is 192, okay, 168.100. It depends on your computer, of course. So I will replace this IP instead of the local host. Then I'm going to copy this line, and here I'm going to define a variable called URL, and assign this URL to this variable. After that, I'm going to create a variable of request queue, as we have talked in the previous videos, which was talking about how can you call a web service using volley library, equal volley dot new request queue this. Now, this web service return a JSON array. As you see here, it is the symbol of JSON array. So you need to define a variable. Let's call it, for example, jar JSON array request from type JSON array request. It needs 5 parameters. The first one, the type of request dot method dot get. The second parameter is the URL. Okay. The third parameter, if you need to send a request using JSON, so I will put null. Now, what will happen if the code is corrected or successed, and what's the case if there is some error? Response dot error listener. And of course, you need here a parameter response, and for error also we need another parameter which is error. So it is ready. Let's give some spaces for our function. Now, after we have created all this, you need to define an array. So I'm going to define here, for example, after the URL, var list equal array, list of type string. This array will store all the values retrieved by the web API or the web server. Now, how can we move all the values from the response object to our list? Very simple, just, here, loop for x in 0 till response dot length minus 1. Okay, then in this loop I'm going to write something like list dot add response dot get JSON object x dot get string and the name of the columns, which is category. So what's the meaning of this line? Very simple. It talks, go to the response object, which store all these values, go to the first one, which is, for example, this one, this object, and retrieve the category. So it will retrieve pizza and will repeat using the same loop for sandwich, salad, and so on. So all the values will be stored in this list. Now, how can we fill the list view? To fill the list view, you should use something called array adapter. So let's define an object of this array adapter. The array adapter is used to fill the list view. So I'm going to give it three parameters. The first one is the context. The second one, Android dot r dot layout dot symbol list item 1. This default, this default template for the list view. This draw the row of the list view and put it inside the list view. Okay. The last thing is list. What is list? The name of our array list. The last thing is home cat, which is the name of the list view, dot adapter home cat dot set. Let's check what's the name of our list view. Sorry, it didn't give the name for our list view, give it for our activity, so no problem. I'm going to cut this line to here to list view. Yes. So let's go back. Now homecat dot adapter, yes, equal ADP. So in this case, the list or the array list will be stored in the array adapter, and the adapter will give this list to our list view. But in case of error, we are going to define toast dot make text this, then error dot message, then toast dot length long, and also here dot show. So it is ready. The last line, just rq dot add, which is jar. Yes, it is something like this. Okay, so we have created at first a request queue, then the JSON array request to retrieve all the data from the server, then we have put all the categories in our array list, then we have assigned this list to our adapter, and then we have assigned the adapter to the list view. Yeah, I know it is many steps, but it is very simple if you repeat it more than one time. So in this video, I have created an array list, okay, which will be filled in the list view. So in the next video, we will continue with the same steps. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to design the list view itself. But at first, let's try the example we have created in the previous video. So let's click on run, then OK to install this app in our emulator. Okay, now let's start with the login 0788030600. Then what about the password? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then click on login. Yes, it gives all the values pizza, sandwich in our list view. But the problem is with the design. As you see here, the color or the default color for the list view is black. So in our background, it has problem. So how can we resolve this problem? The main problem is here on this line, because this line use the default structure or the default row layout for the list view. So now we need to change this one and create our own layout. In this case, go to the layout folder, right click on the layout folder, select new layout resource file. Let's call it, for example, my text view. For example, I'm calling it my text view. Then, okay. Now, just drag and drop from the text view tool. Drag and drop this tool in the screen. Now let's start with XML to give some designing for it. Okay, it is text view. I'm not going to change the name, but we can add some, for example, text size. Let's make it, for example, 20 sp. Sorry, the numlock. Okay, so 20 sp. Okay, then also we can add, for example, text color. We are going to make the text color trouble F. Okay, then we can add some, for example, some margin or some padding for this text view. So let's give some padding, something like 8 dB. Okay, so if temporary, cut this line. Yes, I think something like this is good. So let's return it. Then take this line, XMLNS, copy and paste it here. Okay, now We need only the text view. I don't need the linear layout and other thing. So I am going to remove all these lines and also the clause of the linear layout. So I have designed only text view. The last thing now, go to the home ACT and instead of this line android.r.layout.symbol list item 1, write r dot layout dot my text view, which is the path of our text view. My text view inside the layout folder, it is inside the resources. So let's run this example again. Run, click on OK, and now we are going again to pass the same username and password, the same mobile number and password to check if there's some changes in the list view or not. Okay, now 07880306 and 00. Now here the password from 1 to 6, so it is 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. Now click on login. Yes, so we have changed the color of the text inside the list view by creating our text view. So in this video we have changed the style or the layout of the text view. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to create a PHP file which retrieves all the items or all the foods or the meals according to the category. For example, if the user click on the pizza category in the list view, the application will retrieve all the meals with category pizza. For example, he click on pizza, the application will retrieve margherita pizza, chicken alfredo, pepperoni, and so on. So how can we create this PHP file? So go to NetBeans, right click on the source file, new PHP file. Let's call it get items. Let's call it get items and click on finish. Of course, this web service will return a JSON array because each get category has a multiple meals. Let's remove this comment. Okay, let's start with the connection. As usual, define object of type MySQLi and pass localhost root without any password, and the database name is what we call it, cells. Okay, yes, cell swap. After this, let's define the statement. Okay, so statement equal connection and prepare. Here, the select statement will be select star from items where category equal question mark. This statement will retrieve all the items according to category from the items table. Okay, now let's define the question mark using the bind param statement. Bind param, it will be s because the category is string, and here we will use the variable category. Then let's execute this code. Statement execute. And after that, let's return the value of this web service using the get result. So the get result will retrieve all the data from the database and store it in the RS. After all this, we need to define a variable as usual called array. Then using the while, I'm going to take all the data from RS to row. So in this case, he will take all the data from RS and store it one by one in the row. Now, how can we move the data from the row to the array? Very simple. Array array push. Yes, something like this. This means he will take the first row, store it in the array, then the second row in the array, and so on. The last step is the JSON encode, echo JSON encode for the array. Now save. Okay, so in this code, we have retrieved all the data from the items table according to the category. We have defined a variable for the category. Then we make loop to move all the data from the rows to the array. Then we convert this array to JSON array. Let's try this example. Right click, run file. Let's pass the parameter of the category. Category equal, for example, salad. Yes, it retrieves all the salad with ID of the salad, the name of the salad, the price, category, and of course the photo. Let's try another category, pizza. Yes, the same thing happened also with pizza. So in this video, we have created a PHP file which retrieve all the item according to the category. In the next video, we will see, inshallah, how can we move this data from the PHP to our Android app. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous video, we have created a PHP file to retrieve all the items according to the category. So how can we use this PHP file in our Android apps? Now let's create a new activity. Right click here, new activity, and let's call this activity, for example, item activity. Okay, finish. Now the first thing is, how can we know which category the user have selected from the home ACT? In this case, we should pass a value from our home ACT using the list view to the items ACT using the intent, as we have learned this thing in the previous video. So the first thing will be the name of the list view, which home cat dot set on item click listener. homecat.set on item click listener. Okay, this means if you click any item in this list view, so again you can select it, set on item click listener, but select the one, okay, this one, sorry, with the curly brackets. Now it has 4 parameters. One of these 4 is the variable I here for the index, to define the position of the element you have clicked on it. For example, if I need to know which item or which category the user have clicked, very simple, it is just something like var cat of data type string equal list, okay, x, what, no, not x, sorry, I. So in this case, he will take the position or the value of the variable the user have been click on it, or the category, and store it in the variable cat. So the variable cat will take a value from the list, from the array list, according to the index, and the index will depend on which category the user have clicked. Then let's define an intent, for example, okay, obj equal, or sorry, var obj equal intent from the current activity, this, to the item ACT. Well, then to set the value, we are going to use obj dot put extra, we are going to define a variable called cat to send the value of the variable cat. After that, start activity option. So now, if you click on any item from the category list, this value will be sent to the item ACT. Then, how can we receive the value from the item ACT? It is very simple. Just something like that. Let's define a variable here also called cat, and it is also of data type string, then equal intent dot get string extra cat. This means the variables which have been sent with the name cat will be received in the item activity and store it in the variable cat. Then here we have defined here this web service. So instead of localhost, I'm going to change this localhost to 192.168.8.100 and copy this line, and let's create variable for URL equal and best here. But instead of the word pizza, the category will be equal to the variable cat. Okay, so till this step, what we have done is the following. We have sent the value of the category from the home activity, and we have received it in the item activity, and we pass this category to the URL of the web service. Now, let's go to the item activity, to the design, and let's draw a recycler view. Okay, here, yeah, in the app compact, let's draw the recycler view. Okay, he will ask you, he will add a library for recycler view. Let's click OK. He will start adding this library to the build Gradle script, as we have seen in previous videos. Yes. Now, after this, we are going to add some ID for this recycler view. So let's go here to text and add ID for the recycler view, something like ID. We can call it item underscore RV. According to the width, we can add match parent, and also according to height, let's add match parent. Okay, so in this video we have added the recycler view to the item ACT. Also, we have sent the category from the home to the item ACT. We have received this category in the item ACT and add it to the URL. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to create a recycler view inside our item category. So, as you remember, the getItems PHP file retrieved the ID, name of the meal, price of the meal, category, and photo. So, to use recycler view, as we have talked in the previous videos, we should use three steps, which is model plus view plus controller. The model is the class which will be used to store these values. The view is the design, and the controller is the recycler view adapter, which will contain or will connect between the model and view. So let's start at first with the model. So you should define a class here, right click, new, Kotlin file. Let's define this class with the name, for example, item. Okay, let's call it items because there is our item, no problem. Here I will select class, so he will create class called item. Now I'm going to define the following variables. The first one, var id integer. Okay, the second one, var name with data type string for the meal of the name. The third one, var price as double. Oh, sorry. Yes, this one. And the last one is var voto as string because we are going to return the URL of the voto from the PHP file. Then we are going to create a constructor, and inside this constructor I'm going to define the four variables: ID with data type integer, then name with data type string. What's the problem here? Third one, price with data type double, and of course the voto with data type string. Then assigned all these values as this dot id equal id. The same thing will be this dot name equal name. Third one, this dot price equal price, and of course this dot voto equal voto. So I have assigned these four variables. Okay, after that, after I have assigned all these variables, or the four variables, which are ID, name, price, and voto, I have created the model. Now let's start with the second step, which is the view. The view is the layout for one row. So my row will contain image view to display the photo and two text view to display the name and price. So let's go to resources, right click on layout, select new layout resource file, and let's call it item row, for example. Okay, so let's go to text, and here I'm going to define, okay, at first I am going to change this one from vertical to horizontal. Now from the design, at first I'm going to draw image view. So go to the images, and in the image view I'm going to draw this one. Okay, I will take any photo as default photo, something like this, for example, and click on OK. Now here, for example, in the ID I'm going to call it item photo. Okay, then I'm going to remove this one, which is the weight. I will put, for example, 100 dB for width, and of course the same for height. Okay, um, also I'm going to add some margin from top. Okay, or let's add some padding here, for example, for the screen padding. Let's make it 10 dB. Yes, just to add some spaces before the image. Okay, now after the image view, I'm going to draw two text view, one for the meal name and the second one for the price. So in this case, I'm going here to add another linear layout with, okay, wrap content for both width and height, but I'm going to define the orientation for this one as horizontal. Now, after that, I'm going to define two text view. So the first text view, okay, oh, sorry. Let's change this to vertical because I need the text views to be one after the other. Now text view, wrap content for the width and also for the height, okay? And I'm going, for example, to give it some ID, item name, and let's give some text here. For example, uh, chicken pizza, okay? Then for this text view, I'm going to enlarge the text size. Let's make the text size as, for example, 24 sp. Yes, something, or I think 24 is bigger, so only 20, okay? Then we need to add some margin to give some space between the photo and the meal name. So I'm going to add some margin left. Let's make it 10 dB, or we can enlarge it to 15 dB. Yes, to make some space between the meal name and the photo of the meal. Okay, the same thing will be copy and paste for the price, but I'm going to call it item price. Then we can add, for example, the price here. Let's suppose that something like 3.5, okay? And also we need some margin from the top side. So I'm going to add something like margin top 20 dp, or it is, I think 15 is better. Yes, 15 dB. Okay, depends on you, of course. So I have add something like photo for the meal, text view for the name of the meal, and price, okay, which is another text view called item price. So in this video, we have created a model and view for our recycler view. In the next video, inshallah, we are going to create the controller or the recycler view adapter. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous videos, we have created the model and view for the item activity. Now we are going to create the controller or the recycler view adapter. But before we start creating the controller, let's make one change here. For the height, I'm going to change it from match parent to wrap content. So in this case, the space of the row will depends on the space of the items inside it. Now let's start with the items adapter or the controller. New Kotlin file. Let's call it item adapter. Change this one into class. Okay. Now this class should extend from something called recycler view dot adapter, as we have speak in the previous videos, and here give it view holder and add the brackets of the constructor. Then put the pointer here, alt enter, implement member, and select all these functions and click OK. Next step, you should add two variables, one for the context, and it is of the class context, and another variable for list, and it should be array list, and this array list should pass the item class as parameter. So I'm going to select this item class as parameter. Now, the next step, create the view holder. As you remember, the view holder is a class which define the tools which will be repeated in the recycler view. So here I'm going to create a class. Let's call this class as item holder and should extend the view holder. Then pass the item view as parameter here. So define the variable item view and should be of the data type view, and also Yeah, I forget the bracket here. Yes. And also you should add the item view here also. Then to start using the tools, so let's create a function called bind or any name, no problem, and pass three parameters for this function. The first one will be n, a string for the meal name, okay, and the second one will be p as price, or sorry, as double for the price. The third one will be u as string for the voto URL. Now, very simple to put the n inside the text view. Just write item view, the variable defined here, dot item name, which is the text view drawn here on the item row. Okay, so dot text equal n. And what about the price? For the price, the same thing, item view dot item price dot text equal p. But because p is double, so you should convert it to string. The last thing is the voto, but the voto will be called from the web server. So you should use the Picasso library, which has been used previously. So Picasso.with. So you need here the context. So you can use item view dot context. Then dot load. Here, what about the load? The load is the URL of the voto. Let's try this one. Here is the URL of the website. What about if I call some voto from here? Okay, as you remember, I have copied a lot of images inside this path. C 164 www sales web, and here is folder called images with a lot of images. So what about if I need, for example, to call this voto, for example, or this one? Okay, all what I need is to take the name of this voto and put it after the folder images slash the name of the bot voto.jpg. As you see here, you can get this photo. This is the IP address of the website, and this is the folder, and this is the voto name. I need to copy this one without the voto name because the voto name will be returned from the database using the volley. So I will take this as copy, and here I'm going to put it inside double quotation, and I will write plus u. So u is the name of the voto, which will be retrieved from the server or from the database, and it will be concatenated with this URL. Then into, which is the name of the view that will be used to show this image. So I'm going to write item view dot item voto. So it is ready now. Next step, what about the function get item count? This function is used to return the list of data. So it is list dot size, which is the size of the array list of type items. What about the onBind? The onBind, as we have talked previously, is used to show the data. So all what you need is to use the parameter holder, which is defined here, and typecasting it to item holder, then use the function bind. And here you should pass the parameter from the array list. So you should say something like list and position dot name. This is for the first parameter. The same thing with the other parameter, list position dot price, and the last one, list position dot voto. So the name, price, and photo, all these parameters will be retrieved from the array list and they will pass to the n, p, and u, which will be passed again to the toText view and image view. The last thing is the onCreate, which will be used to connect between the recycler view and the item row. So you should say something like var v of data type view, which is equal to layout inflator dot from context dot inflate r dot layout dot item row. Then it needs the parent, which is here by default is from view group because the recycler view is a view group, then false for attachment. Last thing is return. Okay, what the returned will be? The returned will be the same item holder with v, which means this is the returned value, which is the item holder, which contains toText view and image view, and it will take the layout from the variable v, which is connected with the item row. So in this case, I have created the controller or the item adapter. In the next video, I'm going to put this item adapter inside the item activity. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to show all the items in the item activity. So let's start with define the variable of request queue as usual when you need to call a web service. So this is the request queue equal volley dot new request queue this. Then let's start with type of request, which is jar equal JSON array request, and let's pass the parameters which are request dot method dot get, then the URL, then null for JSON request. Then what will happen if the code is correct, response not listener with parameter response. And the last thing, if there is any error, it will call the error listener with parameter error. Let's give some spaces here. And of course, the last thing will be connect between our queue and which is the request queue with the type of the request, which is jar. Now, let's create an array list, var list equal array list, and the data type of this array list is item. So here is the item. Now, the JSON array, you should make loop to call all the data from the JSON array. So for x in 0 till response dot length -1. Then how can we add all these data to the array list? Very simple, list dot add item, and the constructor of the item needs the ID as integer, name as string, price as double, and photo as string. So let's start with something like response dot get JSON object x to get the JSON object. Then what you are need, you need to get integer because the ID is integer for the ID. The same thing will happen with the name. So response, or we can copy this line, copy, paste, but it will be get string because the name is string, and here the name is name. The third parameter also copy paste for price, but price is double, so you should define this one as double. And the last thing is the photo, which is string also, so string, and here is the photo. So you have moved all the data from the response object JSON array to the array list of type item. Then let's create an object of adapter, array adapter, which is item adapter, which needs the context, this, and the name of the array, which is list. Now, the last thing is how can you connect this adapter with the recycler view? The name of the recycler view item rv dot layout manager to define the type of layout. It is linear layout because it is by default will be vertical. If you need to be horizontal, you need some changes. The last thing, item rv dot adapter equal adp. The last thing, if you have any error, you should print this error in the toast. So make text this error dot message with duration length long dot show. So it is ready. Let's try this example. Run. Okay. Yeah, it start building the project. So let's start with the login with the mobile number and the password from 1 to 6. Click login. Let's start with pizza. Yeah, it display all the data, name, price, but what about the photo? Why it show some photo while it doesn't show the other photos? For example, beverages is complete, sandwich with no photo. Why this problem? This problem because of the space. Look here to the name of the files. There is some photos without space, but the other with space. So to ignore this problem of the space, let's return back to the item adapter. In the item adapter, I'm going to define here a variable, let's call it web, for example, with data type string, and it is equal to, let's take this one, cut and replace it with web. Okay, here paste. How can we remove space? Web equal web dot replace, put space here between the double quotation and replace this space with percentage 20, which means in the URL space. So if you execute this app again, run, click OK to see the difference in the result. Again, 0788030600, login. Let's try now with pizza. Yeah, it show all the results. Again, if you try with other category, for example, salad, yeah, it show all the result. Same thing with sandwich. But also, let's try to change the background. For example, if we need to change the background of this activity, so you can change it very simple. The same activity item, we can change the background for the same color, 40 40 40. And what about the text? So you can go to the item row also, because the text view by default is black, and when you execute this example, this text will not be shown. So you can change the text color to hashtag triple F, and the same thing with the other text view of the price. And again, let's try this one. Okay, and the password from 1 to 6, pizza. Yeah, with the same design. Okay, so in this video I have put the model, view, and controller, all those items inside the activity, and also we have seen how can we remove the space from the URL. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about how can we create a table for the temporary order. That means the order before the user confirm it. And how can we create also a PHP file to add data to this temporary order, and also another PHP file to retrieve data from this temporary order. So let's go to the PHP my admin and start with creating a new table inside our sales web. Let's call it temp underscore order. It will be very simple, just two columns, which is the item ID and the mobile of the user. So very, very simple one. So as you remember, for the table user, if you go to the table user to the structure, okay, the mobile was very car. And what about the item ID? The item ID was an integer. Okay, so in this case, we need to create the mobile of the user, which will be varchar and with 15 characters, for example, and item ID, which will be an integer. Very simple table. Okay, save. Now, yeah, we have forget one column also. We need also the quantity. Maybe this user will need 2 pizza or 4 pizza. So go to structure, go to add another column. Let's call it quantity and also save. So in this case, the temporary order has 3 columns, which are mobile of the user, item ID, and quantity. Now let's go to NetBeans to create a PHP file to add data inside this table. Right-click, new PHP file. Let's call this add underscore temp, add to temporary order. Okay. So in this case, we can go to any page, for example, add user, for example, and take these lines. Okay, copy and paste it here because it's the same connection. But of course, the call statement will be insert into temp underscore order, which is the table name, and here values with 3 values, 1, 2, and 3, which is the mobile number, item ID, and quantity. And here, for example, will be SII get mobile, then get item ID, and the last one is get, which is the QTY or quantity. Let's check this example. Right click, run file. Let's suppose that the mobile with 0788030600, okay, and item ID equal 5 and QTY equal 2. Okay, let's try this example. Yeah. Okay, go to temp order. Yes, it have been added. Okay. Now let's create another PHP file to retrieve data from these tables. But we need to retrieve the data with item ID, item name, and price. But the item name and item price were in the item table. That means you need to join the temporary order with the item table according to the ID. For example, let's suppose this SQL statement. If we go here to sales web, to SQL, and write something like, for example, select ID, name, price, quantity, mobile, from. In this case, they are from 2 tables, which are the temp order inner join the items. That means I need the ID, name, price, quantity, mobile from two tables which are temporary order joined with items according to what is the column name item or the common field name items dot id equal temp order dot item id. This is the common field between the two tables. Okay, where for which mobile, where mobile equal, for example, 0788030600, and I'm going to copy this one because I need to use it in the PHP file. Let's test it. Yeah, it gives me the ID, the meal name, price, quantity, and the mobile number of the user. So let's go here and create another one, new PHP file, get underscore temp, for example. And here, this is the skill statement I need. Okay. Wow, it is too long. I'm going to put it inside double quote. And now also, I'm going to take from the previous example add item. I'm going to take these 4 lines, copy and paste here. But I'm going to replace the SQL statement with this one. Cut. Let's remove this insert and put this statement. This statement, which is select ID, name, price, quantity, mobile from temp order, inner join items. And if we need to separate it into 2 lines, I'm going to add this dot to separate this statement into 2 lines. It is optional. Anyway, according to mobile, but I need to change this one into question mark. And of course, here will be just one operator because I need only one question mark or one parameter, which is get the mobile. Now, let's create rs statement check get result to retrieve the data inside this one. Then I need also to create an array because I'm going to retrieve JSON array. Last thing, while row equal rs fetch associative, which will retrieve all the data inside this row. I'm going to use this function in PHP array underscore push ARR row. In this case, all the rows will be added inside this array. The last thing, the JSON, echo JSON, encode for our array. So this example is ready to use, okay? So I have started to get ID, name, price, quantity, and mobiles from two tables, which are temp order and items according to the common field, which is the ID. Then I take all this data and put it inside the AR. The last thing, I have converted this array into JSON. Let's try, run. Here, mobile equal 0788030600. Yes, it gives me the temp order for this mobile number. Okay, see you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we implement the add temporary order in our Android app. In the previous videos, we have created a PHP file which add temporary order according to the mobile number, item ID, and quantity. So the first thing, I should go to CMD as usual to get the temporary IP address or our IP address, which is 192.168.8.100. Okay, so instead of localhost, as usual, change it to your own IP address. Okay, so this one I need it. Anyway, now let's go to Android. I need in my application to add the resource here in the drawable file. Let's open at first the item row. The item row consists of image to display the item, text view to display the item name, another text view to display the price. I need to add also here image for add. I have one here, this simple image. I need to add it into my item row. So let's make copy paste for this into my drawable file. So I need to paste it here. Okay. Now let's go here under the text view and add image view. Very simple, just image view with wrap content and wrap content here for height and width according to ID. I'm going to call it, for example, item underscore add underscore photo, for example. Okay, and for selecting photo, I'm going to use src and choose this one from the drawable. Okay, this one has been selected from the drawable. Okay, then to make some margin for them, let's make some margin, something like margin left, which is 15 dB. Okay, and as you see here, the photo is come under the text view exactly. So let's make the margin top here, for example, instead of 15, let's make it 5. Yeah, I think something like this is good. Now, how can we add event click or click listener for this image view, which is called item add? Let's go to the item adapter. In the item adapter here, I'm going to add an event for this image view, something like item view dot item add photo dot set on click listener, which means if you click on this image. So what you are going to do if the user click on this image? We have many steps. The first one, I need to get the ID of this image because as you remember in the previous PHP file, we need to get the item ID to store it in the temporary order. Number two, we need to get how many, which means the quantity of this item, how many items of pizza or Pepsi or whatever the user have been asked. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to add the item ID and the quantity when the user click on this photo. To do this, as you remember, I have created a file called user info to store the mobile number of this user when he log in. I need to add another two variable in the same file, for example, var item ID, and it is of data type integer, which equal to 0 by default, and also another one for qty and also of that type integer and will be equal to 0. I need to use these two variables to move the value between the activities. Then let's close this user info. The first thing will be to store the item ID inside this variable. So in this case, I'm going to say something like user info dot item ID equal. Okay, in this case, you are going to get this ID from the list. So you need to add here fourth parameter, which will be, for example, item ID with data type integer, and here I'm going to say item ID. So I'm going to get this item. Let's call it item underscore ID just to make difference between them. And here also item underscore ID. Now, how can we get this value, which is item ID? Oh, sorry. Here, item underscore ID. Okay. Now, on the bind here, you need also to get this ID from the list. So you should write something like list position dot ID. So the ID have been added to the list will be automatically added to this variable, which is item underscore ID, which will be also added to the item ID or the static variable item ID, which is in this class user info. This is the first thing. The second thing, we need to add pop-up fragment to ask the user to enter the quantity. So to create this pop-up fragment, you need to go here, right click, new. Instead of activity, I'm going to use fragment and select fragment blank. So I'm going to create a pop-up fragment. So I'm going to call it, for example, quantity fragment. And also don't forget to remove this to include because I don't need them. And then click finish. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do in this example, I'm going to replace the fragment with something called dialog fragment. There is two dialog fragment. I'm going to use this one, which is android.app dialog fragment. Okay, this is the first thing. Okay, second thing, I'm going to go to the XML of this fragment because the fragment is something like activity, has a Kotlin file and also layout file in XML. I'm going to change this one from frame layout to linear layout. Also, I'm going to add some orientation for this one. Orientation equal vertical. Also, I'm going to remove this text view. So right click and delete. Now let's add edit text to enter the quantity. So go to text and drag and drop the number here, and below this edit text add a button, for example. Okay, I'm going to call this edit text something like et underscore qty and the button as btn underscore qty. On the button, I'm going to write something like add, for example. And also here for the edit text, I'm going to add some hint like enter qty or enter quantity. Okay, so it is ready now. It's ready. Okay, so how can I show this pop-up dialog or pop-up fragment when the user click on the add button? So let's back to the item adapter and let's add this code. At first, var, for example, obj equal what's called, I think, qty fragment. So the first thing is to create an object from the qty fragment, from the quantity fragment I have been created. Then to use this fragment, you should use something called fragment manager. How can you create a variable from fragment manager? Just write something like var, for example, manager equal item view dot context as activity, then dot fragment manager. This lines means to create a fragment manager, the fragment manager is the responsible to show the fragment. So you should create a variable with any name, for example, manager, and assign this variable to something called fragment manager. But this object fragment manager is found by default in the activity. But now we are creating this code, or we are writing this code outside the activity in the item adapter. So you should convert the context of the item view to activity so you can get or you can access the fragment object. Now the last thing is to show this value. Okay, so to show this value you can write something like, okay, obj dot show and give it manager and the tag string or title string, for example, item qty, or just qty, no problem, just qty. So in this case, if the user click on the add photo, the application will take the item ID and store it in this variable. Then he will open this dialog fragment, and in the fragment we are creating edit text and button. So if the user enter a quantity and click on add, the application will call this PHP file to add this data into the temporary table. So next video we will continue with the same example. See you next. Hello everyone. In the previous video we have created a dialog fragment. So let's try what will be shown when the user click on the image view which have been added to the item row. So if I run this example to show the result on my emulator, let's go with my mobile and password, login, pizza. Yeah, as you see here, there is an image view for add. Let's click on add. Yes, it is something like dialog fragment. So you can enter, for example, here the quantity and click on add to execute some operation. Okay, now what we are going to do is to connect this dialog fragment with this PHP file. So let's copy this line, then let's go to our quantity fragment. So to add an event for the button, the first thing is just instead of return, define variable like this, var v equal, and on the second line return v. What's the purpose of this variable? In the fragment you cannot use the views or the tools you have been drawn without this variable. So to use this variable you should create a variable to be substitution for this one, which is the button or the edit text. For example, var et equal v dot find the view by id. It is of type edit text. Then what's the name of this edit text? r.id.et quantity. The same thing will be with the button. Var ptn, for example, equal v dot find the view by id of data type button, which is r.id.btn quantity. So in this case we have created two variables, which is et and ptn. The et is the substitution of the et quantity, and the ptn is the substitution for the btn quantity. So you can use this two views because you are not in activity, we are in the fragment. Now you can add an event for the ptn dot set on a click listener. In this case we are going to call the web service, this web service, so you are going to use a volley. So at first copy var url equal and paste this url. This url has three parameters, which is the mobile. From where we can get the mobile? The mobile we can get it from the user info class, the first thing. The second, the item ID, also from the same class, from the user info we can get the item ID. Now, what about the quantity? We can get this quantity from the edit text. So we are going to replace this number, double quotation, plus user info dot mobile, and according to item then plus, and according to item ID, just add double quotation, and item ID equal also double quotation plus user info dot item ID plus. The last thing is the quantity. Okay, so and quantity equal et dot text dot to string. Sorry, dot to string. Let's make it 2 lines. Okay, anyway. So in this case, I get the IP address of this web service. For the mobile, I will get the mobile from the mobile variables. This mobile store the value when the user log in from the main activity. Then the item ID, I have been got this value when the user click on the add uh, photo or item add photo. Then the quantity, I will get it from the et, for, I mean from the edit text. Now let's create a request view, var rq request queue. So in this case, request queue equal volley dot new request queue, and this. As you see here, it gives me error because you are not in activity. Now you are in a fragment. So instead of using this, you can use the keyword activity. Then what's the type of this request queue? I need it string request because it will not return any JSON object or JSON array. So I'm going to write something like string request with 4 parameters, which are request.method.get, as usual, of course. Then the URL. Now the response dot listener with response as parameter, and the last thing is response dot error listener with error as parameter. Now let's go here and also here for the error, give some spaces. Now let's make connection between the RQ and SR. RQ dot, of course not this one, SR. So in this case, we have make connection between the request queue and the string request. If there is any error, you can use, as usual, the toast. Of course, we are not going to use this. Instead, we are going to use activity because we are not in activity, we are in a fragment. And let's print out the message error and the duration for this toast. And here dot show. Okay, but if everything is okay, I'm going to move the user to another activity, which will be used to display all the items the user has been added. So in this case, I'm going to define a variable I of the class intent, then start activity I. Okay, but the intent will be from the current activity to the activity we are going to create. In this case, I'm going here to create new activity, and I'm going to call it, for example, order activity, order ACT. Okay, finish. I'm not going to use it now, but here I'm going to return the user or to redirect the user from the current activity, sorry, from the current activity to the order ACT. So if everything is okay, the application will redirect the user to the order activity. So let's try this example now. Okay. Now let's log in with our user 3456. Click on login. Let's select, for example, salad. Okay. And I don't know what happened here. The emulator has been hanged. Login. Okay. Now let's click, for example, on Greek salad, for example. He will ask you to enter the quantity. Let's say 2, for example, and click on add. Yeah, it moved me to the order activity. Let's see the database. If we go to the database, localhost, phpMyAdmin, go. Let's see the sales web database, and here is the temporary order. Yeah, it have been added. It is 12 and the quantity is 2. Let's check if 12 is the ID of the Greek salad. Yes, 12 is the ID of the Greek salad. It is good. Now, in this video, we have added a value to the temporary order. In the next video, inshallah, we are going to show all this temporary order in the order activity. See you next video. Hello, everyone. In the previous videos, we have created a web service to retrieve all the temporary order from the database. Now I'm going to copy this line. Then I'm going to the order ACT I have created in the previous videos. In this one, I'm going to create variable for the URL, and I will replace the mobile number with plus user info dot mobile. Okay, then let's go to the design of this activity. Let's draw recycler view. So go to container tab, drag and drop this list view. Okay, I will call this list view, for example, order underscore LV. Okay, now instead of rewriting the code again, I already write some code similar to this one in the home ACT. If you remember, the home activity has been used to display the categories of the order, and categories was returned as JSON array, exactly as this one. So in this example, I'm going to copy from this line var list to this line rq.add. Copy and put it here. Best. Okay. Now, let's make some changes. Of course, I don't need to display the result in the home ACT. I will display it in the order LV. Another thing, I don't need to use this layout. I'm going to use the default layout of Android, which is android.r.layout.symbol list item 1. Then, what I'm going to display, of course, is not category. The first thing will be name. There, from here, name, price, and quantity, and I want to display it in separated lines. So I'm going to add something like /n to make separated line. Then also you need to copy this one, copy, and let's make this one, for example, price. And also here plus and make /n, and another thing plus same line, but of course with quantity. So this list view will display name, and in the next line it will display the price, and In the third line, it will display the quantity, and this operation will be repeated for all the items. So let's try this example, run, and click OK. And let's see the result now. Okay, now 0788030600. What about the password? And click on login. Now let's see something like, for example, okay, averages. I need, for example, to add, okay, 1 bottle of water. Click on add. Yes, it display all my temporary order here. The name of the item, the price of this item, and the quantity. Also, you can add some label for this data. For example, here, you can write something like name, colon, okay, plus. And also, before the price, okay, we can add something like mm, here, for example, price, colon, and also plus here. And of course, for quantity, colon, and plus here, just to give some labels for the data. Again, let's try this example. Okay. And 0788030600, login. What about sandwich? Okay, let's try this one. Turkey sandwich. 2, and click on add. Yeah, it say name and the name of the item, price and the price of the item, and quantity. Okay, so in this video we have created a list view to display all the temporary order. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to create an action bar menu to add it here on this activity, the order activity. So I'm going to add some menu here on the action bar so the user can cancel the order because this order is still temporary. So the user can cancel this temporary order or confirm this temporary order to make the bill, or it can return back to the menu. So to create a menu, let's go here to the resources, right click on the resources, select new, okay, Android resource file. I'm going to call this file, for example, my menu, and change the resource type to menu, and then click on OK. Now go to text, and let's add 3 items inside this menu using the item element. So I'm going to call the first item as item underscore cancel, okay, and I'm going to write in the title cancel. Okay, as you can see here, it add the first item, which is cancel. Copy this line 2 times, but of course we are going to change the ID. The second one will be item confirm, and I'm going here to write something like confirm, and here also I'm going to say let's suppose back to menu, and item menu. Okay, so I have created this menu with this 3 items: cancel, confirm, back to menu, with 3 ID: item, cancel, item, confirm, and item menu. So how can we display this menu on our activity, which is the order ACT? So go to the order ACT, and here before the last bracket, let's call this overridden method using on, okay, create this one, where is on create option menu? Yes, this one, on create option menu. Just press enter to select this function. Now, after this, to display this menu on the screen, it is very simple. Just write something like menu inflator. It is built-in object. Use dot inflate and give it the name of your menu, r dot menu dot my menu. My menu is the menu I have been created, and this the folder menu, and the menu folder is in the resources folder. Then we can make comma and use the menu object, which is here. This will show the menu on the screen. How can we add some functionality for the item? Because the onCreate option menu is used only to show the menu. But to make some functionality for the cancel, for the back to menu, you should use another function now, which is on options item selected. And here you have a default object as parameter, which is the item. So you can use this item to check what is the value the user has been selected, or what is the item the user has been selected. So we can write something like if item dot id, if item dot item id equal r dot id dot back, or I think it is called item menu. Yeah, item menu. This means if the user has been select the item menu, what the functionality will be. I'm going to return the user back using the intent, for example, intent this to the category or to the menu, which is the home ACT. Okay, then start activity. So this code is used to return the user from the current activity to the home ACT activity if the user click on the item menu. Now this give error. It is not error, but because the item is optional one or has the MBE null pointer exception, so you can add here this question mark. Now let's try this example. Okay. Okay, so now the user will log in 030600, and here, for example, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and click on login. Anything extra? What about this one, potato wedge? To add, so here the list view. So if you click, as you see here, this is the list view. So if the user click here and select back to menu, yeah, it will return back to the home activity. Okay, in the next video we are going to implement the functionality of the cancel menu and the confirm item on the menu. See you next video. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to create a PHP file to cancel the order. So if the user cancel the order, all his data in the temporary order should be removed using his mobile number. So if this mobile number cancel his order, all the temporary data will be removed from the temp order table. So at first, let's create a PHP file to implement this functionality. Let's call it cancel order. Okay. Okay. So I am going to remove this comment. Then let's go to any PHP file, for example, add item, for example, copy this code, and paste it here in the cancel order. Now, in this case, I'm going to write something like delete from temp order according to the mobile number, which is where mobile equal question mark. So it is just one parameter, which is the mobile, in this case, and of course the string. And let's remove all these parameter, quantity, and item ID. So these statements say delete, okay, delete from temp order where mobile number equal question mark. So let's try this one. Run file, and let's pass this mobile number, mobile equal 0788030600. Okay, let's see the table. Of course, it removed all the data because all the data belong to this mobile number. Now, let's go here to the Android, and of course, let's add another implementation for our menu. Let's say something like if item dot item ID equal r dot id dot item underscore cancel. The functionality here will be the volley. So at first, let's go, for example, to which one? Qty fragment, because it's similar to this code. Let's copy this code from the Qty fragment. Start from var URL to the rq.add. Let's copy it and paste it here and click on OK. Of course, I'm going to replace the URL, so I'm going to take this URL, but of course I need to change it. Instead of localhost, I'm going to change it to the IP address, which is 192.168.8.100. Okay, copy. I'm going to replace it instead of this one. So let's remove this one and here paste it. Of course, instead of this number, I'm going to use plus user info.mobile. Also, no need for activity. You are going to use this because you are not in a fragment, you are on activity. And of course, I don't need all this, but I'm going to return the user back here, this, to the home ACT, which is the menu. So home ACT, and also here instead of activity you are going to return it to this. So if the user click on item cancel, he will call this PHP file to remove all the data from the temporary order. Then when the result come back, the application will redirect it again to the home ACT, which has the categories of all items. Let's try this example now. Click on OK. Okay, let's try this one. 07, sorry, here, yeah, 0788030600. Here 123456. Let's log in, sandwich. Okay, this one, for example, 2, click add. So I have add this one. Let's click on cancel. So when you click on cancel, you return back to the menu. Let's see the database. Yeah, it is empty. So in this video, we have implemented the functionality of cancel order to cancel or to remove all the data from the temporary order according to the mobile number. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to create a PHP file to confirm the order. As we have created previously, we have created temp order. This table contains only the temporary order. So if the user confirm, we should move all the data from the temporary order and paste it inside another table or another two tables, which are called the bills table. So at first, let's create two tables. The first one is called bill. This table should has three fields, which is the bill underscore NO, and this one should be AI, which means auto increment. So it is identity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by default. So go, then the bill date, and also this should be entered inside the table by default using something called timestamp. So timestamp add the current date and time when the user confirm his bill. Now on the default select current time, and the last thing is the mobile for the user who asked for this order. So I'm going to select varchar and 15. So this is the first table. Okay, save. Now another table, new, which is the bill details. So this is called bill DET. This one will contain the bill underscore NO and the item ID the user asked for and the quantity he asked for. And all those columns will be integer. So click on save. So the required when the user is confirm his bill to move the data from the temporary order to the bill and bill details tables. So at first, let's go to temp order and insert any data, any dummy data. For example, item ID 5 with quantity 2. Go, another insert for the same mobile number, which means for the same user, item ID 9 and the quantity is 1. Go. Let's click on temp order. Yeah, so the same mobile has two items with two quantities. Now let's go to the PHP file. And in our sales web, let's add a new PHP file, which is called confirm underscore order. And click on finish. Well, in this one, I'm going, for example, to the add item, and let's copy these 4 lines, copy, paste here, and let's call it only st for statement, no need for statement check here, any name, no problem with the name. Anyway, at first, let's retrieve the data from temporary order using select star from temporary order where mobile equal question mark, which means return all the data from temporary order according to the user has been logged to the system by his mobile. So in this case, I'm going to remove all this parameter. In this case, store this data inside the rs. So rs equal statement get result. And now let's move all this temporary data inside the bill and bill detail table. But firstly, let's create another statement. Let's call it statement 2 to insert data inside the bill table. As you remember, in the bill table, we have only one column, which is the mobile. This one will be entered by the user, while the bill number and bill date will be stored in the table by default because the bill number is auto increment and the bill date is timestamp. Now, in this case, I'm going to write something like insert into bill mobile only. I need this columns, values, this question mark. Also, I'm going to copy this 2 lines because they are the same. Copy and paste, but of course, you need to change this one to statement 2 and also here to statement 2. Okay, now this for the bill table. What about the bill details? For the bill details, you need to move the data from the RS to the bill details. So in this case, I'm going to use loop while row equal rs fetch associative, and in this case you're going to create another statement, copy, paste it here, okay, also here let's call this statement 3, and here also statement 3, and of course here statement 3. But in this case I'm going to say something like insert into bill details 3 values. What are the 3 values for bill detail? In the bill detail you should enter the bill number, the bill date, and the mobile. Okay, let's put 3 question mark here, 1, 2, and 3. What about the mobile number? How can we get the last mobile number? Okay, in this case, at first, let's add triple I, and here we are going to say something like, okay, row 2, for example, or row, let's say row max for BNO, and get for item ID. What's the name of this in the bill detail? Yeah, it is item ID. So it is item underscore ID, and the last one, it will be the get for quantity. So I'm getting the item ID and quantity, but it's not from get. It will be from the row. So instead of get, you are going to write here row, and also here you are going to write something like row. What's the meaning of that? This means I'm going to take the item ID and quantity from the row and insert it into the bill details. But let's see, in the temporary order, it is called item ID without any underscore. It's something like this. What about the bill number? In the bill number, I can get the last bill number for this user in something like this. So in this case, also, I'm going to write something like, okay, let's copy these lines. I know it is some confused code in PHP. Okay, in this case, I'm going to write something like statement 4 here, also here statement 4, and here also statement 4. Here, let's call it rs2, and here statement 4. But I'm going to change this statement to select max bill underscore no from bill, which means give me the last bill number for this mobile, and let's give it alias as PNO. Okay, so last thing is row, for example, underscore max equal rs2, no, not here, not here, rs2 as fetch associative, which means give me the last bill number and put it here in this row. Then I put this row inside the insert statement to insert the last bill number, and the PNO is the alias name for this bill number. So in this case, what happened here? It gives me all the data from the temporary order, then insert the data into the bill table, then give me the last bill number from the bill table according to the mobile, and move all the data till the bill detail table. The last thing, after we move all the data to the bill detail, we should remove all the data from the temporary table using this statement, copy and paste it here. Let's call this statement statement 5, for example, and also here statement 5, and also here statement 5. What we need here is to delete all data from the temporary table. Delete from temp order where mobile equal question mark. This mobile, of course, will be here as string, And instead of all this, you should write something like get mobile, which is the parameter you are going to pass in the URL. So in this case, everything is okay. Let's try this one. Run this file. Now, mobile equal 0788030600 and press enter. Let's see now. Temp order. All the data has been removed. Let's see the bill table. Yeah, the bill number 1 with this mobile with time and date. Let's see the bill details. Yeah, it moves all the data into the bill details. So in this video, we have seen how can we move all the data from the temporary order into the bill and bill detail tables. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to create a PHP file to calculate the total of the bill. For example, this bill, number 1, has item ID and quantity. Okay, but how can I know the price of these items? The prices are found inside another table, which are items. That means we need a join SQL statement to connect between the bill detail tables and the item tables so I can get the prices. Then I'm going to calculate this total. So at first, if we try something like select, for example, price, okay, from items, okay, inner, okay, not only price, price and also quantity, price and quantity from items, inner join with bill details on, for example, what we need on items dot id equal bill details dot item id and or where, sorry, where bill detail dot bill number equal 1, for example. Let's copy this statement and try this. Yeah, it gives me the quantity and the price of the items. So now let's go to NetBeans and create another PHP file, new PHP file. Let's call this PHP file as, for example, get underscore total. In this case, okay, let's create, for example, double quotation to paste the SQL statement. Now, we are going, for example, to the confirm order, and let's take the first 5 lines for the first statement, and let's say something like, for example, here, copy paste, and I'm going to replace the SQL statement with this one. So cut and paste it here. But what are the bill number? The bill number will be question mark. The bill number will be question mark. Okay, so this case I'm going to replace this as integer because the bill number as integer, and here of course I'm going to write something like bill no. Now how can I make the total? So I'm going to define variable called total equal 0. Then I'm going to make some loops, okay, for all these things, something like while row equal rs fetch associative, then total, okay, will be the total self plus what? Plus row price multiply row the quantity. So for each row, it will multiplicate the quantity and price, and the result will be added to the total. So that thing will be equal total. Okay, so let's try this one now. According to the bill number, run file, bill underscore no equal 1 for the first bill. It gives me error for price. Yeah, the spelling of price. Yeah, sure. Okay, replace price. Again, let's try this one again. Yes, it is 1163. 1163, which means it multiplication this number with 1 and this multiplication this number with 2, and it gives me the total for this one. Okay, so in this video we have created a PHP file to calculate the total of this bill. See you next video. Hello everyone. In the previous video we have created two web services. The first one was to implement the confirmation according to the user mobile, and the second one used for calculate the total of the bill according to the bill number. Now, how can we implement all those in our Android app? At first, of course, we need to change the local host as usual to our IP address 192.168.100. Okay. Now, then we need to copy this line. Let's go to our app to in the order ACT. Now here we can add another if item dot item ID equal r dot id dot item confirm, which means if you select the item confirm from the action bar menu. In this case, we need something like var at first URL equal, okay, the hyperlink or the URL of the web service. Now change the mobile number to our class user info dot mobile, which is the mobile number of the user who has logged into our system. Now we need something like the following code, so we can copy this code and paste it here. Okay, so it is ready. But at first, if this web service has been implemented, we should go to another activity to show the total for the user. So in this case, we need to add another activity. Okay, so in the first folder inside Java folder, right click, new activity, empty activity. Let's call it, for example, total ACT, total activity. Okay, let's click on finish. Okay, let's go back to our order ACT. Now we are going to change the intent to this activity, which is total ACT. So if everything is okay and this order has been confirmed, what will be happen is all the data will be removed from the temporary order and passed in the bill table, and then we will redirect the user to this new activity, which is the activity total. In the total activity, we are going to display the total of the bill according to the second web service, which is called get total. So here also we need to change the IP address to this one. Okay, anyway, now let's go back to our Android. Let's go to this one, which is the total activity. We are going to draw text view inside it. Yes, something like this. Okay. Okay. I'm going to call this one total TV, total text view, for example. Also, I am going to enlarge the text size. Let's make it, for example, 20. Yes, I think 20 or 24. Yeah, okay. So in this text view, we are going to display the total of the bill. We are going to display the total of the bill. Now, let's go to the Kotlin file of the total. And here from the order ACT, we can copy this one. Okay, so you can copy this one and then paste it here. Okay, so it is pasted here. Now, after we paste it here, this web service here need the pill number. So at first, let's change the URL of this web service, and we are going to change the pill number. But the main question, from where we can get this pill number? But before we get the pill number, let's change the code. Instead of intent, just write something like total TV dot text equal response, which means display the response inside the total text view. Now, how can we know the pill number? If we go back, okay, to our web service here, in this web service, we have created or we have generate the pill number according to the maximum number. In this case, if I make some changes here, if we go to C 164 www and sales web, yes, this one, which is the confirm order, and I try to open it using Notepad, no problem here. Okay, so in this one, I'm going to add some statement. If you remember, in the previous videos, I have returned this one, max bill number as PNO, and store it here in row called row max. Okay, in this row, I add it here, row max for P number. So in this case, what we are going to do is the following: copy, and we can add a new line to our web service here, for example. Yes, something here. Let's say we are going to print out echo the pill number. All what I have do, I need to return out the last pill number. So if I go back to our browser and try to implement or to execute this file, as you see here, I got the number 4. In this case, we should send the pill number from our activity, which is the order ACT, to the other activity, which is the total ACT. So how can we do that? Just write something like I dot boot extra. Let's call it, for example, PNO, comma, response, which means take the response from this web service and send it to the other activity in a variable called BNO. Now, in the total ACT, instead of number 1, I'm going to write something like plus intent dot get string extra, yeah, this one, BNO, string extra BNO. Let's try the example now. Okay, anyway, here is the mobile number 0788030600, the password 123456. Let's click on login. Let's select, for example, pizza, add this pizza, the quantity required 2, for example, add. Now, let's return back to our menu again. Let's add salad, add Greek salad, one, for example, add, yeah. Now, how can we confirm this temporary order? Let's click here and click confirm. Yeah, as you see here, this is the total of the bill, and all those data has been added to the bill table. Let's see, localhost. Let's go to phpMyAdmin. Now click on go here. Let's go to our database, which is SalesWeb. On the bill, yeah, new bill has been added, which is 5 with date and time with the mobile number. Let's go to the bill detail. Also, the bill number 5 has been added with some details. So in this video, we have called two web services, one for confirm the order and another one to calculate the total. Also, we have tried to implement it in Android and send the data to our database in PHP. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we use PayPal in our apps. But before we call the API SDK for PayPal, we should create an account on PayPal. We need 4 steps. The first one to create PayPal account. The second step to log into the PayPal developer website so you can create test account, you can create REST API app. Number 3, create 2 sandbox account, one of type merchant or business, another one of type buyer or personal. The sandbox account is just a fake account or testing account just to test your app. The last one is to create the REST API app and get the client ID. So at first, go to paypal.com, click on sign up, select personal and click on continue, then fill your data. I already have an account for testing, so I'm going to use this testing account. Okay, there is 2003 at Gmail with my own password. Oh, sorry. Yes. After this step, go to the next step, go to the PayPal developer website. So I can go now to PayPal or developer.paypal, developer.paypal.com. Here, select your dashboard. And from this one, you can create your sandbox account. As I told you, you need 2 sandbox accounts. One merchant or business, this is for the buyer and or the seller, and another one for the buyer, which is of type personal. So click here on create account, then select personal and fill any email address, any virtual email address. It is not real email address. Then password, first name, last name, and any amount of virtual money. The same steps, do this step again, but for another account, which is of type business. So you need 2 accounts, one for personal account and another one for business. I already have 2 virtual account here. The first one called B, it is business, of type business, okay, and another one called P, it is of type personal, okay. Last step, go to my apps here, my apps and credential, then click here on create. This one will create an REST API app so you can call it from your Android app. So click on Create App, select your business account, then here write any name for your app, for example, test, and then click on Create App. I already also have another one here, which is Yazan Test App. So after you create this one, Yazan Test App or whatever you called it, you will get something called client ID. So if you go here, oh, there's some problem here. Yeah, just refresh the page in this case. So you will get something called client ID. You need this client ID to make copy of it because you will use it in your Android app. So after those steps, we will go to our Android app to start developing PayPal SDK inside our Android app. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we implement the PayPal API in our Android app. The first step, we need two things to implement the PayPal API in our application. The first one is the client ID, which we have got from the PayPal developer account as we have do the steps in the previous video. The second step is the library of the PayPal. So at first, let's take this line, copy, and go to our app in the build.gradle as we have done with Volley and Picasso. Okay, so let's add this line here in the build Gradle, paste it here, and click on sync now. So the PayPal SDK will be installed in our app. So this is the first step before we start write any code. Then, after we have added the PayPal SDK into our app, let's go to the total activity. Okay, it gives some error as you see here because our API, our minimum SDK is 15 and the minimum for PayPal should be 16. So change it to 16 and again click to sync now. In the same file, change the minimum SDK version to be at least 16 because the PayPal SDK will not accept less than 16 as minimum. As you see here, it starts building the Gradle into your app. It may take some time. Now, let's go to our total activity. The total activity in the previous videos show the total of the bill. So let's add a button here from the widget. Let's drag and drop button so we can pay using the PayPal. I'm going to call this button, for example, PayPal underscore BTN. I'm going to call the ID as PayPal PTN, and on the text I'm going to write something like PayPal. Okay, now let's go to our Kotlin file. We have a lot of steps to do this, but before start programming this activity, let's go to our class, the user info class that have a lot of companion object, and let's add another one for client underscore ID, and it is of data type string, which will contain our value, our client ID that we have got from the PayPal website. So copy and paste it here. So this is our client ID. Now close this file. Let's back to our total. Now here, before we start, implementing the event for the on click for our button, let's start with creating some variables. For example, one of our variable that we need is the config variable. Okay, so here var config, and it is of the data type PayPal configuration. This is for the main setting of PayPal, and let's add question mark equal null. So this is the first step. Okay, the second step also, we need another variable of data type double for the PayPal amount. Okay, so I'm going to call it amount. It is of data type double, and it is equal 0 0.0 by default. So the first one will be for the configuration of PayPal, and it is of the class PayPal configuration. This class is included in our PayPal library, which have added in the Gradle here. Okay, so now let's start the other settings. Here now, after the line rq.add, how can we make the main setting for our PayPal? At first, let's build our object config equal PayPal configuration equal PayPal configuration. This is the first step. The second step is as follow. Dot try to define the environment of your PayPal. The environment means, do you want to just use PayPal for testing or for real production? So you can write something like PayPal configuration dot, you have either environment production or environment sandbox. Sandbox for testing, while production for real life. So let's make it for testing as for sandbox. Then, yeah, you can put it in the same line. Then dot client ID. He will ask about your client ID, and we have stored the client ID in our class user info dot client ID. So this is the first step. So the first step for configuration is to make the main setting. Okay, on the main setting, it needs to create object from the PayPal class configuration, then add the type of environment, whether it is sandbox environment or production environment. Then you should use your client ID. The second step now, create a variable of the intent data type. Okay, so var I equal intent. This is an object of the intent, and it will be from this to PayPal service. Okay, so from where we get this PayPal service? It is included by default in the SDK we have installed and put it in the Gradle script. The PayPal SDK has something called PayPal service, which connect to the server and start the processing of the PayPal. Then you need to add I dot put extra to send a value. This value should be PayPal service dot extra PayPal configuration, and assign the config object. Last step is start but not activity, because it's not activity, it is a service. So start service I. So this is the main steps to start the service of the PayPal. So to start the service of the PayPal, all you need to create an object of the class configuration, then assign this object with two parameters, the environment as sandbox if it is for testing, or production for real life payment. Then add the client ID, which you have gotten from the PayPal developer website. Then start this service, which is the PayPal service, and assign the config object to this service. Okay, now also, if you need this service to be stopped when you leave this activity, all you need to add on destroy, which means when you leave this activity, what you are going to do. So very simple, just write something like stop service and give it the intent. Intent this till PayPal service, which means if you leave this activity to another activity, this service will be stopped, because if this service continue to start, it will consume all the resources of your mobile. So in this video, we have just put the main steps to setting our app to receive PayPal. In the next video, we will continue on the same activity, inshallah. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to continue to implement the PayPal in our app. So after we start the service of PayPal, you should now implement the on-click listener for our PayPal button. So write something like PayPal ptn dot set on-click listener. So on-click listener, you should define the following. The first thing is var, for example, payment equal PayPal payment. The PayPal payment, which is this one, PayPal payment, it is the class responsible for the PayPal payment process. So you need to take a value of the payment variable or the amount variable. You remember this variable, which is amount. This amount should be assigned to our text view. So at first, amount equal total TV dot text, okay, dot to the text, sorry, dot to string, then to double. Yes, like this. Now this variable should be assigned here, which is the variable amount. But this variable should be converted into big decimal because PayPal need it as a big decimal. So you should write something like big decimal, okay, dot value of, and in the value of assign the variable amount. This is the first parameter. This one is the first parameter, which is big decimal dot value of and give it amount. The second one is the currency. The currency you need. Maybe it is USD, dollar, or euro, or whatever. The last one, title for your activity. So you can give it, for example, Udemy. No, it should be in double quotation. Udemy, for example, sells app. This is the third parameter. The last parameter is payment or PayPal payment. PayPal payment dot payment intent cell. Okay, so this class PayPal payment is responsible for the process of payment using the payment object. Now, this object, after you have created, now you should assign another intent, for example, var, let's call it intent, for example, equal intent from the current activity to something called payment activity. From where we got this payment activity, it is inside the PayPal SDK. After you have created this one, now intent dot put extra, and you should pass the first parameter as PayPal service, this one PayPal service dot extra PayPal configuration, and assign the object of configuration, the object of config which you have created in the previous video. The second step is intent dot put extra, and here you should assign something called payment activity dot payment activity, okay, dot extra payment, yeah, this one, and assign the object payment to it. So you need two steps for this intent or the payment activity. The first one, the configuration object, which have been created in the previous video, and the payment object, which is responsible for the payment process. Now, after all this, you need something like start activity intent. Now everything is ready to start collecting money from PayPal. But how can you know if the user click OK or cancel after the PayPal activity shown to the user? So you can, instead of using start activity, you can use start activity for result, which means start the payment activity and wait to get result from the user if the user click accept to pay or it cancel this process. So you can pass any code, for example, 123. Now, how can we know if the user click OK or not? Here, you can call this overridden method on activity result, on activity result to get the result back from the user. So on this activity, we can write something like if request code equal 123, from where we get 123, it is this one. You can write any number. It's just code between you and PayPal. Then if result code equal activity, where is the class activity? Activity, yes, this one, dot result, okay, which means if the user accept to pay, okay, in this case, we are going to create an intent, for example, var obj equal intent to move the user from this activity, for example, to for example, what you can call confirm ACT, for example, confirm ACT, okay, with something like this, for example, class and Java. Copy, paste, then start activity obj, start activity obj. But this confirm ACT is not here, so you can create this one, copy, it's not created yet. So just right click, new activity, and call this activity as, for example, confirm ACT. Okay, let's back to our total. So if everything is okay, the application will redirect you to this activity which called confirm activity. We don't need to put anything inside this except just text view, for example, for the text. We can add here for text, okay, and we can write any statement inside text, for example, thank you for using our service, for example, anything, okay. And of course, this is the text view. Of course, you can enlarge the text size from 14, for example, till 20. Okay, so now let's try this app. Okay, okay, let's try this example. 030600123456. Login. Let's add anything, for example, sandwich. Let's add this sandwich with 3 quantity. Add, yeah. Let's confirm this order. Yeah, it gives it as the total 7.11. Let's click on PayPal. Yeah, it moves as to the PayPal activity, so you can just write PayPal. Okay, you can now log in with any sandbox account. For example, this is just simple account for testing. Let's click on login. It will take some time to check with the PayPal service. Okay, now just confirm your PayPal payment. Thank you for using our service. Yes, that's good. So our project is completed, and thank you so much for watching this course. I hope to see you in next course. بإذن الله. Okay, see you again. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about the difference between get and post. If you remember in the previous video, we have created a login PHP file. In this file, we have used get, but get is less secure and post is more secure than get. So if you are going to use HTTPS instead of HTTP, it is better to use post instead of get. So in the login, it will be nicer if we use post instead of get. So what the main changes in the code we are going to take? The first thing is use the keyword or the array post instead of get for both mobile and password, and this should be affected the login PHP file. Then click on save. This is the first step. What about the Kotlin? In the Kotlin, in the main activity, if you remember, we have already write this code for the login activity. So what are the changes to make it post instead of get? The first thing, you should remove this parameter after the question mark, because this is the way for get and it is less secure, and for the post you don't need to pass the parameter in the URL itself. So we should remove this one, which is the mobile and password. Okay, the second thing, here we need to add another function, which is plugin function called getParam. So if we need to create this function, at first add the keyword object here, so you can add another plugin function, then go here and use this curly bracket. Now inside this curly bracket we can add the plugin function, which is called get params. This get params is used to send a parameter as post. So let's select it. Now we need to create an object of the hash map. So let's start with map or var map equal hash map, and in the hash map we need to add key and value, and both of them will be of the data type string, the key and the value. So now we have created an array of type hash map with both key and value of the data type string. Now write something like map dot put. So what is the key? The key is here, the name of the parameter. For example, mobile. So we are going to add mobile. Then the value is the name of the edit text, which is login mobile dot text dot toString. And the same thing will be with the password, which will be password here, and of course here will be login password. And the last thing, you should return this array, which is map. So now it is ready to use login with more secure. Of course, you can change this HTTP to HTTPS if your server supports, of course, the SSL or the secure socket layer. So this way is better for login, registration, payment using PayPal, anything which is the security issues is very important for it. Thank you for seeing this video, and wait for other videos coming soon, inshallah. See you next. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we create an access token so this access token can be stored with the user login and used in multiple web APIs like get categories, get items, add item, and so on. So at first, instead of printing one, we can use this function in PHP to generate a random access token and use this one, which use the SSL protocol, and let's make it 64-bit. Okay, so this is the first thing. The second thing, here in the user table, I'm going to add another field which is called access token. So let's go here to the structure of this table, and let's add another column which will be called, for example, let's call it AC underscore token, or let's call it access token. Okay, and let's make this one as varchar with 500 characters. Okay, save. Now we are going to use this column to store the access token of the user. So each time the user login, I should update this access token like this. Here we are going to add this one, and then let's take these three parameters, copy and paste them here. Okay, now I'm going to change the statement to update users, and let's say something like set access token equal question mark, where mobile number equal another question mark, which means each time the user will log in, the access token will be updated according to his mobile. So in this case, at first, here we are going to use this one, which is the mobile, and here we are going to use this parameter. So before echo this one, let's store it in a variable called ACT access token, and let's send this parameter here, and let's change the statement to, for example, st here, and also here, and the last one. So now each time the user will log in, there is an access token will be created randomly and stored in the ACT, and this one will update in the user table. The last one will be echo for this variable, which is the ACT. So this which will be happen here in the PHP. So what about the Android? In Android, we are going to the class user info, which has been used to store some information like client ID, quantity, mobile, and let's add new variable called access underscore token of type string, and let's make it empty. And here in the main activity, okay, let's add this one, user info, okay, dot access token equal response. What is the response? It is the result here. The response is the result which will come back from the web service, which in this case, if the login is correct, it will print the ACT, and the ACT is the generated access token. So in this case now, let's try this example. Okay, by mistake, I have used hex to pin. It is bin to hex. Okay, let's try again, and let's run it again. Okay, let's try this one again. Click on login. Let's go to our database in MySQL. Let's click on the users. Yes, as you can see here, the access token has been generated in the database, and also this one has been stored here in this variable. So now you can use this access token in another web API like get categories, get items, and so on. Okay, so see you in coming soon videos.
Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how can we store the total of the bill inside our tables. As you remember, we already have created an activity called total ACT. Inside this activity, we have called a web API called getTotal, which retrieves the total from the database and display them on the activity. Now, how can we store this total inside our bill table? At first, let's go to our database. As you remember, the bill table has a bill number, bill date, and mobile. Now go to the structure to add a new column. Click on Go. Let's call this column as total and select the data type as double. And then click on Save. Now, when we go to the bill table, as you can see, we have got 0 for all the bills. Now, how can we store the total? Let's go now inside our PHP, inside the page called getTotal. Why? Because this page already retrieved the total from the database. Just take these 3 lines, copy, and here before the echo, just paste them. Let's change this one to statement 2, for example, also here. And of course here before the execute. Now, how can we change the SQL statement? So in this case, just write something like update bills set total equal question mark where bill number equal question mark, which means change the total or update the total of the bill, okay, according to the bill number. But the table name is called bill, not bills. So let's remove this S. Okay. Now, what about the data type? The first data type will be double, which is the total, and the second one is the bill number. Now, from where we can get the total? From this variable. So here, just add this one, total. Now, let's save. Everything is ready. Now, let's try our example. Let's go to here to the emulator and run our sales app. So this is our username, and here the password. Just click on login. Let's select salad, for example. Sometimes I am trying to be healthy. Okay, and click on add. Again, back to menu. Let's go to beverages and select water, just one, and click on add. Now, let's click on confirm. So the total of this bill is 20.9. Let's go to our database. Click on the bill table just to refresh the data. Go to the last one. Yes, as you can see here, the total of the bill has been updated. Okay? And if you have any question, just put it in the QA forum in the Udemy. Okay? So I hope to see you in next videos coming soon.